I didn't see any of you in October 2020. Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Tax work-off program. Senior tax work-off program.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program. Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program.
Those adjourned. Those in favor, vote so ordered. Okay. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
You wrap up.
Tax work-off
Thank
program.
you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program. Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program.
Those adjourned. Those in favor, vote so ordered. Okay. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
Oh, fire the mayor. Fire Eric Batista. Sorry, I was dreaming. I was having a wonderful dream. Hi, everybody. I'm Brian O'Donnell. Welcome back to another edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. We take 1 week off and the whole fucking city falls apart. And it wasn't that together to begin with. I gotta be honest with you. Wasn't held much together in the first place. I'm here with Brendan Melican. I'm here with Travis Duda. And Bill is currently probably got one red dot directly over his forehead. So he's speaking down at the City Hall rally. And we hopefully he's got all his brains in his head when he signs on with us in a little bit. He should be here in a little while. We do I'm into doing conclaves now.
Oh my goodness.
Very into doing conclaves now. That's very magnanimous of you, Kate, to allow us to use clown as a derogatory. We appreciate it. So yeah, we all know the deal. We all know what's going on. This city is an open air prison managed by spineless, feckless, witless cowards. And they're afraid of us, even though they're the ones brutalizing us constantly. So they've decided to go virtual participation tonight because they they saw a listing or a request for medics to show up at the Indivisible rally. Medics for the express purpose of treating victims of police violence, and took that as a threat against the police. Which I guess, again, if you're the police in Worcester, Massachusetts, and somebody says they are going to try and stop some of the violence you do, then that feels like being victimized, I guess. That's their thing. They
Right.
love to do that.
The hell are you to stand in the way of lawfully dispersed chemical irritants? Did you not hear the governor's statement? This is when police are doing their thing, hands off.
We need to hit the whole story.
Yeah. So yes, Mara Healy, fuck off. Eric Batista, fuck off. Joe Petty, fuck off, you fucking coward.
Joe wrote on a post on Facebook today that some of the counselors got threats, and that's part of the reason why they went virtual.
Some of the counselors have been getting threats for 20 fucking years, and nobody's given a shit.
Right.
And the hell the entire time.
And she can give us a lesson on threats. See how far back we can go.
Right. Some people would say that being illegally detained by an unidentified, I don't know, what do you even call that? If somebody doesn't have a warrant and doesn't identify themselves and says that they have the authority to rendition you, what is that?
It's a militia, I guess. It
Yeah,
ties militia that I can.
Yeah. So yeah,
No warrant, no face.
I would think that would be a threat, but I don't know. I guess maybe we should have gone virtual participation for that arrest on Eureka Street the other day.
It would have been way better in The Sims.
Yeah. This is very good, Camber. Yeah, Mara Healy fucking sucks. I think we can all agree on that. But I don't know. I guess we'll see who the next neoliberal that we're supposed to vote for governor is that they roll out next time around. Maybe it'll be a person from another marginalized community that turns their back on their own people. Hard to say. I'm just
Riffing.
I'm just looking at what I see and trying to make sense of it. What the fuck do I know? I don't know nothing. All I know is that tonight no one's allowed in City Hall. And there's one person that I think we should be going to get us in there. Kathy Roy. That was the answer all along. You want to lock us out of a government building? Kathy Roy.
We're calling them professionals.
Yeah,
It's perfect. I mean, with free fare on the WRTA, just charter buses, we can just all hop on
yeah.
the nearest.
Then there's no paper trail, no Venmo feed for people to follow and figure out that you planned part of the insurrection. Yeah. So All virtual tonight. Brendan is eating a chomp, possibly, or a classic Slim Jim.
No, I do righteous felon meat sticks.
With those new glasses, you look like a righteous felon.
I want to get in a convertible with you and travel the desert.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I was saying to Brian the other day that like yellow tinted glasses, and these are prescription, they work out very well. The most antisocial thing you can do in life, and I love it. I picked it up from Iris, my wife. It was she used to do headphones at like the supermarket, so like creep shows would stay away from you. Now she just wears her yellow tinted sunglasses.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. It looks like you're going out to kill the tremors.
Yeah. You are either driving too fast or about to shoot somebody, and nobody wants anything to do with that. That's just what it screams. And I think
I thought a good move with getting those prescription glasses that you also bought the longest pistol that's ever existed. Yeah. So I don't know. We're gonna watch all this unfold tonight. This is going to be a fucking mess, and I mean that in a good way. I'm curious to see if they're cowardly enough to allow public comment to go on indefinitely. I hope they do, but it would be very funny if they didn't and they only allowed the standard 1 hour, because honestly, yeah, I don't, again, this is the same. It's very similar to the Sanctuary City month that we had. Yep. The longer that you try and avoid accountability, the longer that you try and push people, like literally censor people, the more they're going to come at you, and the wider the net is going to be cast. So
yeah, the more pissed you make them, the more organized they become.
Yeah, Joe Petty, if you're so fucking stupid that you can't figure that out, then I don't know how you've lasted this long in even a silly little city like Worcester. They are, I mean, Randa, they're kind of trying to do that. If nobody saw the memo that went out from Eric Batista the other day, they're getting close to locking down City Hall in general. They're adding scanners. They're adding full-time security. You're not going to be able to enter the building freely anymore. You're going to be time stamped and kicked out. The doors from the common are now permanently barred. This is no longer your building, which is something that I actually liked about Worcester City Hall, is that it's somewhere you could just go and kind of at your leisure. And that's not it anymore. They're locking it down. They're scared of you, and they don't want you around. And that's about all you need to know about Eric Batista, is that that's his choice. That's what he's doing. And under the pretense of quote unquote scary situations that have happened, like, again, that's your fucking fault too, man. You're in charge of the city. You could have better services for people, but instead you grind people down to a fucking dust, and then when they get too close to you, you violently arrest them in front of a meeting of people, and then lock down City Hall indefinitely or forever, and then say it's not your fault and you're just protecting your workers. Sure you are. That's your goal. That's who you care about all the time, is your workers. So that's who we're dealing with. That's who we're hoping would direct a police force to not brutalize its citizens when they're the only ones standing up against unconstitutional arrests that are happening. So yeah, I said online that I would like my portion of his car back, please.
You get the catalytic converter. You can take it.
I'll take it. I'll pop it right on Bill's car, and then we're back to whole. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's even if like this is I guess this is what I like to say. We get branded as radicals on this show. We get a lot of shit from people that don't agree with us politically. And I don't know that it's I know it's radical in some people's eyes to say that, policing in this country and the carceral system in general is rotted to the core and we need to do something different. That's fine. You can call that radical. I understand that. I don't know that it's radical to say if you're arresting somebody, it has to be not expressly against the Constitution. And if you're doing something that's expressly against the Constitution, I get to try and stop you.
Mm.
And I would hope that there are people of conscience that work in the Worcester Police Department that would see a situation like that and not go, "Hey, let me just go along with this. Let me just back this up. Why don't I just forsake my sworn duty and just help this situation get worse?" Even if you don't care about the people that are involved, it's like you'd think that you wouldn't want to be. Again, this is just people that have consciences. I'm sure there are some that work on the police force. I'm sure there are police officers who are, whatever. I'm trying to be magnanimous here, but why would you let yourself get co-opted like this? Hell yeah. Why would you let yourself get like deputized into fascism, more fascism, I guess, right? Like, if regular fascism, like every second of every day, for the majority of people in this country, for the last 300 years, has been living under a certain type of fascism. Why would you let yourself get co-opted into a worse and more open kind? Why would you not stand up for your neighbors and at least insist on seeing a warrant? Two, if you're not going to do that, why would you take the opportunity to brutalize the people that are being victimized by it? Any way, shape, or form that you look at that situation, the Worcester police showing up didn't do anything to de-escalate. All they did was wait for an opportunity to antagonize and then get arrest numbers off of it, because there are many ways to handle that. Even if you're not going to stop these masked agents from kidnapping this person, there are many ways to handle that situation that are quote unquote under the umbrella of de-escalation that don't involve smashing people to the ground when they're clearly being traumatized by a situation and are fucking children. So I don't really know. I don't really know where to go from that, in that regard, that doesn't get crazier and doesn't involve just what the fuck is the point of having laws. So I don't know. I know what they expect. They expect us all to just listen and then, follow their commands and shut the fuck up. And I don't know, that maybe is a safe bet for them, but I don't know if it's a smart bet that people are not going to just continue to be out in the streets and continue to demand things of them. I don't know. And to say nothing of the fact that, like, the city manager and the mayor have, after the violence and the trauma, have done nothing to but escalate the situation. So maybe we'll have elections this fall, and maybe we should consider that this ain't the fucking guy. And hopefully more people are seeing that, and hopefully all of us that already knew it are advocating strongly to the folks around us to vote this fall
Seriously.
and vote for a new leadership in the city. And then that person, whoever comes in, maybe would fire Eric Batista, and we can get a cool city manager like I don't know, Brendan Milliken.
Brendan sunglasses.
Yeah.
But legit, like realistically speaking, right? It's like one to activate voters, but truly from the numbers we see, if everybody that watches this stream that's connected to us just activates 3 to 5 voters, we can sway elections. It doesn't take much at this city level. So we really,
Travis, I don't mean
take this energy. Continue.
this is wicked important.
Please.
Rolling Stone, Ben White just sent me this. Shout out, Ben. Rolling Stone just published an article. The headline of it is Trump's ICE used a woman's kids and grandchildren as bait to arrest her, about this Worcester story. I haven't had a chance to actually read it yet. That's just the headline. But anybody who's in the comments, go to Rolling Stone. It looks like their top story right now is about what we're about to dive into.
Right. And we know a little bit of these details that they...
Yeah, those fuckers were there at 7:30 in the morning. Like, I know this all seems like it was an afternoon thing, happened quickly. Right. If you're just watching videos, they were there 7:30 in the morning. They're
lying in wait. Is the meeting? The meeting hasn't started yet.
No, they're still in budget.
Yeah. They basically they called her phone and said, because everyone. I think it's a very confusing situation. No one really has all of the details, and people that talk about it don't have the details correct, and they're saying things very, very like authoritatively without really having an understanding of the whole situation. And I don't have an understanding of the entire situation, and very smart people will hopefully soon be putting this together. Maybe this story does to an extent. But from what I've heard, and again, this is just like, again, this is all hearsay. But from what I understood, they called the mom's phone and said, "We're holding your daughter and your granddaughter, and we're going to arrest them if you don't come down here." And then then she called people, and they showed up with her, and she went home, and the agents were there, and they began the scene that you saw. It's pretty vulgar to me.
I hope this isn't a spoiler, but I'm being told that Christian King is actually zooming into council from the council offices.
Yeah, he's definitely there. We could see him on budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
I think Joe's there too.
So time of 10 p.m. And other remaining issues.
And Brian, they're saying
choose to give that number out as best as possible to as many of the neighborhood groups and those.
We're getting
so that
you can hear
that
this?
is the first call.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have it muted. That's funny. The Rolling Stone is saying what you said. They got a phone call saying frightened daughter told her mother that she needed to leave the home now and come meet them on the street because ICE was telling them if they arrested Claire, they weren't allowed to leave the baby in the hands of a minor.
Yeah. So, see this. Yeah, there's, and a lot of people are going to speak authoritatively on things like who had what charges and things like that. Again, none of that's been produced, and none of it even excuses what happened. Yep, Rando. I'm not gonna leave that up there for the whole time. You guys, if you don't know that George Carlin quote, it just is everything that we need to know about the modern world, the culture in the United States. But yeah, I mean, this is where we're at. Nothing is going to change in the short term, and even in the long term. There's no reason to think that even like if Donald Trump was not president tomorrow, like this isn't like they didn't ramp it up by 100%. Like this is just another degree worse than it already was. Things were already bad. This is just slightly more open about it and slightly more egregious about it, but it's not a different culture than we've lived in this country our whole lives. So It's just it's. I mean, we need to become aware of the fact that we're on one side of it, and the people wearing masks and dragging people out of their homes are on the other side of it, and they don't give a fuck about what's right or wrong, and they don't give a fuck about what's legal or illegal. They only give a fuck about what they can do and what they can't do, and that's the game. Don't you? Go ahead.
Are you following the Framingham story? The Framingham story, the kid that was taken in Framingham, they had the wrong identity, and they had the wrong name, but they still took him anyway. He has no record.
I mean, there's a guy that has been ordered by the Supreme Court to be returned to the United States, and it just ain't gonna fucking happen. 2 years ago, we had a president that would not forgive your student loans because he was afraid of what the Supreme Court would do to him. Guess what? They don't do anything. They don't fucking do anything, and this guy just showed you that. Yeah, they do not fucking care about what they can or should or shouldn't do. They only care about what they can get away with, and they will do it all if they can get away with it. And guess what? No one's fucking stopping them. There ain't a police force in the country that's going to stand up to another police force. So everyone that thinks that someone's going to come save us, it ain't fucking happening. The military, I don't know.
I think they're dragging their feet on this budget meeting to prolong this as long as possible. Donna Gloria's going off on some bullshit. Like, they're still going.
Yeah, they don't want to have this.
They were talking about the golf course for a solid 15 minutes before, about the numbers of rounds at the golf course, that apparently the city runs a golf course.
Green Hill Park.
Yeah, Green Hill Park. In a zoo.
Wait, really?
Yeah, petting zoo.
I mean, it's a little petting zoo up there.
I didn't know that exists. That's awesome.
Way better than it was when I was a kid. Because when I was a kid, it was just like a deer and a few buffalo that all had bullet wounds, like seeping bullet wounds. People would just drive around and take shots at it. Now they're just like cute pigs and goats. Used to be animals that on like the other end of safari.
Sean worked there for a while, and there was a chicken that hated him.
That tracks.
Yeah. It's hard when. Like, I forget when people didn't actually grow up in Worcester. They don't know all the dumb fucking things that like are still going on here. There's a lot of little secrets like that that we just take for granted, you know? That you can see a really, really, really fucked up goat for free.
I love free fucked up goats.
Green Hill Park is incredible.
It's stupid.
I mean, there are lots of leftists in the military. I would say that there's a much higher percentage of leftists in the military, like factors more than there are in police forces throughout the United States. But
Bernie Sanders set a record for the number of donations coming from the military on the enlisted side of things. When you get into the officer side of things, the commissioned officers, like they tend to be very, very like moderate liberal at most. Like it leans left because it tends to be very centrist by design. Those guys, people are kind of weird in the way that they take like their oaths seriously because they don't have a union that's dragging them into the fucking depths of hell. Unfortunately, it also is why they tend to stay kind of insulated from things like news and
right.
Haven't done that Civil War thing on the White House yet.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, I think that the structure of the military is going to make it very hard for
it's all silos. Yeah,
for anyone to come save us.
Mm-hmm.
They might not launch the nukes. We might get that. We've had that before. Somebody refused to launch the nukes, but I don't know that we're going to get anybody stepping up to preserve the nation.
Brian, how much housing do you think we could build on Green Hill Park?
I shudder to even say that, put that out into the world. As much as I think that we need more housing in the city, I think if you open up the idea of them building housing up there, then we got a fucking cop city up there in no time. In no time. It was his gotcha day. It was his gotcha day on May 5th, and it was wonderful. He had a great day. He ate eggs, and yeah, he had a wonderful time. Thank you for asking, Gamer.
Do you guys have an opinion as to whether or not moving to Zoom violates open meeting laws in Massachusetts? I'm seeing a bunch of that.
It does not. No,
it's available.
You can do remote meetings. That's an option. Yeah. You just have to make it accessible the same way we do now via Zoom and remote participation and whatnot.
Right.
That was my read on it too, but I want to make sure I wasn't small-minded.
No, it's fun. I think it's fun to like give them shit about it, but no, it's fine. They were not raw. No, I scrambled them with no oil and no seasoning, no nothing, just plain scrambled eggs. He ate egg whites yesterday because I made deviled egg, or the other day because I made deviled eggs and had too many egg whites. So, guy's living it up. Fucking
so
guy
fancy.
Living it up.
California
loves eggs.
Gio, are any members of the Green family still alive to enforce that agreement? Do you know? I'm genuinely curious. And really, I just was curious on the square footage. Like, if you built on Green Hill Park and you built like towers of housing, Worcester could stand to actually have a skyline, and that'd be kind of cool. You can, instead of having a golf course, you could have like a really nice putt course. Goats there, they could be free range goats.
Ooh, golf goats.
I was gonna say, if they're a hazard, you got to play through the goats.
Hell yeah, that's a cool ass dog, Feeny. I fry my own eggs in butter for sure. Look at me. You think I'm using fucking vegetable oil? No way, Jose.
I ain't no crunchy crock fool. What are they building down near like Coney Island that's taking over that whole lane? Because that looks like it's going to be tall, whatever the hell they're making there. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's an apartment building.
Yeah.
Not positive. Yeah, Doug, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think that there's a link up further up the chat if anybody didn't see that before and is looking for it.
Yeah, Donna's still going. Oh, no, they're talking about tennis and pickleball courts now.
Sick.
Yeah, they're absolutely dragging their feet.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll start this thing at 8:00.
Give everybody enough time to get home from City Hall to get on Zoom.
It's so funny too because, like, again, they're just the stupid ways that they try and hide from things. By delaying this meeting, now when you walk out of the building, you're walking into the rally.
Do we have anyone down there streaming? Is there any video from the rally?
I keep trying to find. Worcester Guardian had some videos up, but nobody's doing it active. Sean just texted us the Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Who usually streams? Manny J is not live. I don't think. Who's that?
David.
Nah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Apparently, they're lining up public comment outside of City Hall, and you can zoom in your public comment.
Fun.
I hope it's not on the same call because that feels like a very good opportunity for Nico to just say and hang up on them.
Brian, at that point in time, will that be your line to then tell us publicly what Nico's address is? Pretty sure you've made mention of passing him a few times in your neighborhood.
I think he moved.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
That's scaredy bitch.
What do you
Just
think?
look him up. No. I think he moved around. I think he moved close by. I don't think he's. I think he's not moving away from his parents. He's Greek, right? Surprised they let him out of the fucking house. Every Greek person I've ever known in my life has lived with 4 generations in their home at some point. They just Yaya is living in the basement. It's just part of the fucking deal. I mean, you can look them up. I don't want to be accused of doxing somebody. But if you find out where I live and then come over and then I happen to take you on a ride, then I don't know what you see out the window.
Take control that.
You better bring dog treats for Roman.
Yeah. Bring him some eggs.
Yeah. Oh God, that's an expensive.
Cost you upwards of. Oh my God. Yeah. The fucking the tariff prices are starting to hit at the grocery store. Everybody. Very exciting. Beef is $13 a pound.
God damn it.
Yeah. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a baller ass summer. Eating oat cakes.
I'm gonna learn how to make seitan. Rip the shit out of some bread. God
yeah.
damn it.
Yeah, they're these sons of bitches. These nasty sons of bitches.
Oh, I know something I could share. So my car's alternator died, so I had to ride my bike back, or not whatever. Ride a bike back and forth to the studio for past
You
few
stole
days.
a bike to get
You
back.
Yeah,
stole a
I stole
bike?
from my partner Nikki. She keeps giving me the wrong idea because I keep saying my bike. She's like, "That ain't your bike. That's my bike." I'm like, "You're absolutely right. I'm a liar." Anyway, rode down Mill Street. Mill Street is goddamn lovely.
It is.
Riding a bike on Mill Street is lovely. Riding a bike across Park Ave is harrowing.
The only problem with riding a bike down Mill Street is at some point during the ride, Wayne Griffin, he comes out like the abominable snowman and ski free and tries to tackle you off your bike.
Is that who was trying to stick my wheels, my spokes? I weaved around him. He was really slow.
So straight edge. We appreciate you all. We need somebody tell one person somebody tell 3 people to sign on and view us right now. We're bouncing between 66 and 68 viewers, so we could get
Nice.
I think we're in for a great time. If we get 3 more viewers, if we sustain 69 viewers for 10 minutes, I will tell you where Nico lives. In a DM. No, I'm just kidding. I'll tell you. I don't fucking care. Thanks, Molly.
Gee, that'd be the best. But also, something really shitty would have to happen in Worcester for us to get to those numbers. Because as bad as it sounds, we only get these good numbers when really bad things are happening.
That's true.
So about 20 minutes ago, Petty said we need to wrap this up in 15 to 20 minutes. And Louis is still going.
Just get it over with, pal. The longer you go, you take your nap now. Go take a quick nap between. It hasn't started yet. Swaro. It's they're still doing the budget meeting. They're trying to hold off as long as possible. But they are cowards and they don't want the wrath. They don't want to be called fucking dweebs. They're afraid of being called fucking dweebs. And so they don't want the 3.5 hours of public comment that are coming their way. So pretty Try it, Doug. It feels real good. Let me tell you. Maybe, hey, let's get a hype train going. Let's get a rocket train going.
Doug could start the train.
Yeah. Yeah, Doug, did you know that if you gift a sub enough times, you can start a train? So think about it. Ab squat. I'm calling you Ab squat. Ab squat, thanks for the follow. Rorschach, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. We're waiting still. They haven't started the meeting yet. They're on the budget meeting. They're dragging out as long as possible. They know that everyone's gonna call them and call them fucking dweebs. Skittering around. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. We're still at 66 viewers. I cannot yet reveal Nico's address. So sorry.
Brian, please don't pass up this opportunity from Kate the Clown. There's a once in a lifetime offer.
Oh, guys, come on. Just do it.
She could make you so many things.
You haven't experienced it, then just fucking go. Come on. Somebody call Joe Petty a cuck and you get the best party you've ever been to in your life for free.
If somebody's down there at the protest, can you tell David to give us a more interesting view? Because I'm just looking at it, him working on another computer or camera.
So yeah, that's what we want to get to. We want to get 6 more viewers right now for a sustained 6 more viewers. Love to get some more subs. And we want to get a train going. We want to run a train. So let's get a rocket train going, and then
thank you.
What
Kate.
the fuck we're talking about? We got a hype train going. Kate the Clown just friggin' did that. Look at that. Wow. Let's keep it going, everybody. Let's keep this. Let's get this rocket train to the moon. Let's escape Earth's orbit. Get him in here. I want to see him. Where is that boy? Roman's barking upstairs.
It sounds like they're closing up budget. I'm gonna go get the rocket so you can support.
All right. So yep, they just shut down the budget meeting. So oh wait, let's
Hey, Mayor Petty.
Yes. So we'll take a break and we'll come back in about 15.
There we go. 15 minutes, everybody.
We use another link, don't we, to get back on?
No, it's the same link. So the council meeting has the same link as the finance. So we're just coming back on the same link.
So I can just put this on pause?
Correct. And the cable service will make sure that's on recess.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you in 15.
Wow, look at that. Let's let this play out and see who makes a big fucking boner.
Come on, back, do the thing.
Come on.
Do the thing.
We must see someone make a mistake. All right. They're all muted. These losers. These goddamn losers.
They were cowardly to use a hot mic.
We're 62% of the way through. Oh my god. We're over 69. I saw 69 for a second. We're at 74 viewers. If we can keep this going for 5 minutes, then I will do it. I will say it. And we're at 63% of the way through a level 1 hype train. If we can get that to a level 2 hype train, then we're fucking cooking for today. We're cooking with gas. There he is. The conductor himself. It's a rocket train, everybody. Let's fucking go. Rocket, how are we today?
He's good.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
I'm hiding his shame because he keeps throwing out his thing. It's a dirty
Nasty
bird.
boy. What a nasty boy. Yeah, if anybody has the link to that Rolling Stone article, throw it up in the chat. It's further up, Jack. I know that. Oh, we're at 69% of the way through level 1. This is good. This is really good. This feels good. I think this is a good sign for tonight. We're hitting our numbers. We're making our nut. Quota wise.
Just out of
No.
sake, it looks like Kathleen didn't leave the meeting and just walked away from her computer, so now she's the only one left here.
Nico told them all to just pause. Whatever that means. It does not matter if you know what a hype train is or not. It's almost better if you don't. You know, Doug Arbiter will explain it to you later. Once you get on the train, he'll tell you what the deal is. Rowan's really barking upstairs.
Hey, Brian, it mentions too further down in that Rolling Stone article that the lawyer of the woman who was taken in to custody by ICE, they're in contact with the State Attorney General Civil Rights Division, who is interested in investigating the Worcester Police Department.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Since we're not getting what we want from the DOJ, which is any measure of accountability, Miracle Whip 69. Nice. Thanks for the follow. It would be nice if somebody would. It would be nice. Jessica, the stream, they just finished the budget meeting. They waited as long as possible to finish the budget meeting, and now they're taking a 15-minute break before they start city council meeting. So it should be probably 40 minutes until they start the city council meeting. I mean, they're all in City Hall. I think it's extremely clear that they are all there. They just didn't want us there, which is a good feeling. I think we should all learn to embrace when somebody is that scared of you. It's fun and funny when you're on the objectively right side of history, and they are bad. Oh, here we go, everybody. We got a cameo coming. Hey. Oh, yay.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Can everybody hear tail smacking the desk?
That's awesome. Has June ever been on stream?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Early on.
Very early on. She doesn't like cameras anymore. Very shy.
You want to say hi to your fans? No? You too cool? There he was. The boy. The absolute boy. Hey, look, he came through. Look at that. Getting in on the train right after it ended.
Thanks, Doug.
It's the thought that counts. It's the gesture, okay? We will start another train eventually. Oh, you gave it to a good person, too. Gifted to a tier 1 sub to Georgeception. Look at that. Thanks. Friends.
Oh, yeah. George is definitely home, by the way. He took the budget meeting home. I don't blame him. Any excuse to be home, I am.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, which George do you think we get tonight?
It's Basement George. Lush Basement George.
Oh,
but
he's going to be nasty.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get Dark George if he's in the comfy chair.
Yeah, he's going to be collaborator George tonight. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Oh, Kate, you're the best.
Hey, Kate, look, that's amazing. Top of the leaderboard right now, Kate the Clown. Non-derogatory. As far as we can tell, the vast majority of them are in the council chambers, or in the offices at least. George will be eating, that's correct. He bought a king-size Toblerone that he will scarf in one bite and then chew for the rest of the meeting.
I would love to see him peel the back off like a zipper and have it go pop, 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 pop.
Oh, yeah.
Just a mouthful of pyramids.
he puts it on he puts his mouth down on the table, and then he just chops and pushes. So every hill, every valley he chops, and then like he's pushing at the same time. I love a Toblerone.
I love a top.
God, I love a Toblerone. A lot of sailors that go to the friggin' airport. Get my magazines at a friggin' Toblerone. Yeah, Brendan put Vaseline all over his camera.
I like it better this way.
It goes with the glasses.
I'm not wearing clothes anymore. I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
Brendan's
It
nice.
is now. It's his camera didn't go out of focus. It blurred because he's doing nasty stuff over there.
You got to pay for his OnlyFans to get unfiltered footage.
Yeah. Are we at? It's been 5 minutes. Okay.
If you took a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper and dropped a roll of Mentos into it, do you think George could finish the Dr. Pepper like as it exploded into his throat?
Yeah.
He take it all down?
Yeah. You know what I heard he does? He pinholes the cap and then puts it back on, so it fires like through his, like it carves like shapes into his teeth. He wants that much pressure going in there.
Calls it fire hosing dinner.
Yeah.
I love the fire hose on meatball sandwich.
Let's see.
Still decent sized looking crowds in City Hall, from what I can see from the stream.
Yeah.
And this is horrendous typography. Whoever did this should feel bad.
No, not if we like them. If we like them, it's because they're underpaid and overworked.
Also true. Yeah. No, you're right. I just realized what that probably meant. Yeah, that is probably the person who did it.
How do you get rid of a recently viewed tag on an address? So I don't overplay this. Well, anyway.
That is really weird looking.
In theoretically, that's a guess, by the way. No proof of that. That's just a pure speculation on my part. Judging by the way that I observe the neighborhood, I'm a watcher of people. I'm a watcher of movements. I can't help it. It's not on purpose. I just am naturally like a detective. I see kind of like the way people like operate, and I just like I'm just a tracker. I'm just naturally like I just see patterns in like in behavior and things like that, and I can just tell things about people just passively observing them. And in my movements about the neighborhood, I've just noticed that that's the likeliest place to where the move happened. And I'm not going to look into it. I'm not going to look it up. It's again, it doesn't matter to me.
I might go for a bike ride around that neighborhood though.
Ask Nikki if you can borrow her bike. And there's a lot of hills around here. Just know
it's got low gear. I need to build up my hams. We were in a meeting the other day where I need to emphasize that I want to build up my hams. So this is how we do it.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Hey, thanks for the resub, Joe.
Hi, Ben.
Love to have you.
So if both Mayor Petty and Christian King are at City Hall, that means in theory that we could go down there like towards the end of the meeting, pull down the roll door gates in the garage. So when they come out awkwardly, they find that they're locked into Worcester's Thunderdome.
Yeah. Yep.
And we just start sliding weapons under the, like, who wants to do the Master Blaster thing? How are we going to work that out?
Ooh, I could carry you if we want to go that route. And then, yeah, we'll have to get me a big like night helmet. And then we need bungees too. We're going to need bungees. Yeah.
I got like small ones for like strapping things to the roof of your car. It's a start.
Yeah, yeah, that's the same. Perfect. Thank you, Molly. Somebody needed to take that role. Somebody had to. You know, her character is never actually named in the movie.
Really?
Like official, like they never say her full name because it's Auntie Entity. They just call her Auntie throughout the whole movie. Just a fun thing. I just saw this. Damn, that sucks. That would have been really great. Yeah. So they should be starting any moment now.
I'm waiting for a hot mic. I have the volume turned up.
I hope that a lot of people are calling in. That would really suck if there was like 5 people that called in.
I had that.
That is an excellent follow-up question, Gio. That's what I wanted to ask. Yeah. There you go, Trev.
Thank you.
Bless your heart. We've been on for almost an hour now. We've had one hype train. We've had 5 new subscriptions. Thank you to everybody for that. I mean, I think we want to get another hype train going before the end of the night, but I don't think we need to push it. I think we need to spread it out. So let's decide after the 5th person says like an insulting name to Joe Petty, then we'll start a new hype train.
We do a drunk stream. Every time somebody's mad, we take a shot and we're wasted by 5 people in.
He called the cops on somebody at the rally. That is unfucking real. That is white liberalism in a nutshell. You are protesting police brutality, and so you call the cops on somebody at all. Never mind somebody that seemingly wasn't doing anything bad. This is the mindset that we're gonna have to break. And all of our parents who are, bravely saying resist on the internet need to understand what it is we're actually up against here. And yeah, you can't call the cops on people. Sorry, everybody. If you didn't like what went on Eureka Street, then we have to start coming up with other ways. And you have to get a thicker skin about people being slightly weird.
This is Worcester. People are weird.
Literally what we do.
There are just 2 people unwittingly talking in front of David's stream. I don't necessarily know if they know they're on or being captured on the internet.
That's cool.
And one lady is protesting kidnappings. No more kidnappings, just in general.
I mean, I think we can all agree with that, especially in this current iteration of them. Yeah, I think that.
Fucking hilarious.
What were you gonna say?
No, I'm just catching up on these comments. It's fucking hilarious. Like, organizer calling the fucking cops on someone at this. Read the fucking room, dude.
Oh my god, that's such fucking perfection. Honestly, that's so dark and so fucking funny. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What are you doing? That's the whole fucking game right there. That's the whole fucking game. Because if you can't stop yourself from calling the police on somebody who is slightly inconveniencing you, then what the fuck are you talking about? Organizing a rally. Like, what are you fucking doing? You would fucking turn. Ugh. God forbid, an undocumented person annoyed a white liberal, they would turn their fucking backs on their principles immediately. Yeah, guys, it's gonna I know we all know in this room, but I think we need to reckon with the fact that we have to. We have a big fight against our own parents before we fight against the other side. Yeah, thank you, Chris. That's yes. Oy vey. That is so fucking crazy. I can't believe that. Here we go. All right. What are we getting here?
It's just the only one here on the Zoom. Just showing people that I'm watching both. They're not moving.
Yeah.
Oh, we can watch the comments though here on Facebook. I bet there's a bunch of good stuff here. Yeah, I'll come back. I'm not trying to dox myself.
Well, you can stay full screen and still have the comments. There you go.
Nothing.
We're waiting. They ran late on the budget meeting ahead of time on purpose, and so we're just waiting for them to come back from their 15-minute break that started 25 minutes ago. I want to say 25 at least.
Yeah, 25.
It's been 15 minutes since we showed an illegal Google Maps screen grab. And that was well after the break started. So does anybody have the Zoom link? We'll throw it up in a second. There you go.
I believe that works.
Just remember, you have to raise your hand if you want to speak. Yeah, I'm just still blown away that Walter had the cops called on Bill for just sitting on the front steps of City Hall.
Yep.
Come on, Joe, say something fucking weird, please. That's the juice I need.
He says they're getting going in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. That'll be another fucking 20. This guy couldn't tell the truth if you made him. I don't know. No. That's a joke. I was joking. Bill was invited to speak. Good. I mean, like that. This is this is the only way that things change is if you make people understand that they need to be radically different. There he is. Bill, tell me this is what you wore to speak down at the rally.
No, this is my indoor clothes. This is what I wore on national television though. I had multiple I was wearing this in my tuber tourney tank top about how I have to grow potatoes to fight fascism. Yeah.
National TV, Bill.
Yeah, CNN. My mom sent me a reel. There I am, filming atrocities. Yep.
Hell yeah.
So what's the No More City Council? We missed the whole thing?
No. They haven't started yet. They are they stretched out the budget meeting as long as possible, and then they went on a 15-minute break 30 minutes ago. And now we're just waiting for them to start.
Fucking cowards, dude. I gotta tell you, the scene down there, they should have been afraid. I mean, 200 or so middle-aged white people. That's really scary. They had a good reason to shut down the city council meeting.
People that definitely live in Grafton and not Worcester.
Yeah. People who found it a bit too spicy when I said that deportations are a TV show for a death cult. That line didn't necessarily land.
Yeah.
But they liked it when I said shame. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You were just talking about a movie you like, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to hate it, Bill, when they get home and realize that Kate the Clown is offering 2 hours of free balloons whiskey and anyone calls Joe Petty on that probably won't go over well with the townies.
Yeah.
Shame on them.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Oh, the entire time there was a I don't know, a probably unhoused man dancing in front of every speaker. He had a box of chicken wings and he was pointing his wing at people and dancing, doing the moonwalk and shit. It was awesome. That part was awesome.
Yeah, Chris told us that Walter called the cops on him?
Yeah, yep.
Oh, that's so fucked.
Yep, sure is. It sure is. I wasn't gonna bring it up, but yeah, just don't do that. The guy was being fine. He was just like dancing while people were talking, and honestly, he made some of the speeches like markedly better, just from the entertainment value. And we had I had wheelie kids going off behind me doing fucking wheelies and shit.
It's like Mighty Mighty Boss Dogs. You need a hype man.
We got a big problem with people like wanting to return to like return to the good old days of 3 years ago, and yeah, like again, like they're gonna have to break themselves of that fucking notion. If they actually do want this stuff to stop, like,
yeah,
you don't complain your way to stopping this, and you don't certainly turn on your neighbors because they're making you not look as tough as you want to look while you know, yeah, speak at Worcester City Hall.
It's sick. There was like a helicopter flying over it for the first 10 minutes, and the helicopter was like, this isn't helicopter worthy. Katie took a video of my speech, but I don't know. It feels weird to watch you watch me. So I don't know about that, but I'll probably put it up somewhere else later. Whoa, what was that? What was that?
Whoa.
Oh, you're echoing. That's weird.
What the fuck is going on? Am I still echoing?
No, you're fine now. So yeah, again, folks, anyone that just tuned in, Bill is here now. He was not sniped from the roof of the glass tower. He was not taken out by a predator drone. He did survive the rally, and he didn't murder, death, kill any city councilors or workers at City Hall. So we're looks like about to start the city council meeting. They delayed by almost 1 full hour because they don't want to hear you say that they're fucking assholes. But if you call in and call Joe Petty a cuck, then you get an extremely great prize from Kate the Clown. So,
yeah, Kate Toomey looks rough. Did you see that? Wow. Everyone's got to work on their live setups here. They don't have as much practice as we do.
They forgot what it's like.
Can I disconnect
put the sign back on, but I guess you had to.
Oh, we're getting the upwards nose mo.
Thank you, Councilor Clory.
Is Mo really gonna be like that the whole time? This city is so goddamn unserious. Oh, great. Oh boy, this is so.
It's incredible. Yep, find your lips.
I fucking love this so
Councilor
much.
Clory, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
The haunted painting is back. This is
I'm here.
some
Councilor
vintage
King?
Worcester Council Theater 3000 lore.
Yes.
If you don't know, that
Thank you,
painting
Councilor
is
Carlson.
moving pretty regularly. Up,
Thank you.
Christian
Councilor Nguyen?
has a fisheye
Councilor
camera.
Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yeah,
Here.
this is
Councilor Russell?
this is gonna be great.
Councilor Toomey?
Oh, Jenny's kids could come in.
Mayor Petty. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think everybody on the council's on.
I'm going to text Nate and tell him to send the kids in.
If there was ever a time.
With water guns.
Okay, we're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you like.
Dude, you're
No,
gonna do
you
the
can't pledge allegiance
remote?
sitting in a fucking chair remote.
Dude, this is gonna sound like a horrible cacophony. Like everyone's gonna be out of sync. What? If they play the national anthem, I'm gonna throw my laptop off of this porch.
You know, Ruth, I kind of think that it might be the same group of people.
Oh, that mutes. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Dude, I thought that they were playing that,
Councilor Bergman?
and I was like, who is the saboteur?
Councilor GA?
Here.
Here.
Councilor
Andy coming from her
Carlson?
kitchen.
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Oh, is Paradise Pizza gone? I just drove by
Russell.
James Street today. I did not look.
Mr.
I think it
Russell.
might still be there.
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. We have approval of the minutes.
Cool of the mints.
The mints.
Roll call.
A kubel of the minutes, baby. Let's go. A kubel of the
Bill,
Yes.
minutes, baby.
Bill, you haven't seen George
Yes.
Russell yet, have you?
Councilor King?
No, I have not.
Oh, get ready,
Yes.
baby.
Oh,
You're
I'm
gonna
so
be
stoked.
so happy.
Fucking
Councilor
stoked
Nguyen?
for this
Councilor
shit.
Ojeda?
Yes.
Here we go.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Coming up.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Oh, this
And Mayor
coward.
Petty.
Yes.
Oh my god. This is the whole world is watching, guys. This is awesome.
9B and 9C. We need a roll call for that.
I haven't even bothered to look at the agenda, to be honest with you. I have no idea.
No, me
what's on
neither.
the agenda.
Me neither. Who cares?
Oh, do you guys hear the baby chicks I have? Up in, there's a nest above my door. You can hear it if you.
I can hear it.
Accounting of the CSX Neighborhood Improvement Fund. So report to include information.
Wait,
How
we
much
just skipped in public
currently
comment?
Neighborhood isn't a neighborhood fund. What is the total amount of funds that have been
I can hear the
come
chicks now.
into
That's
said
awesome.
fund?
And yeah, it looks like we're
And
skipping
how-
public comment.
And
We're skipping
how
public comment, huh?
Versus in the previous
How
year.
are we doing that?
Some other information. We also have
Are these items being held?
Oh, okay.
City of Worcester is hereby commend to honor
Or are these
Justin Halen and Dickie Collins,
proclamations?
Paul Snap, and Erin Johnson, to the Department of Public Works and Parks, Department of Transportation, Mobility, and for their saving of a life. The toddler was found in chill box. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Did Joe not have anyone nearby who could help him set this
Yes.
camera up?
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Sure. Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
They need another staffer just
Councilor Nguyen,
for
Councilor Ojeda?
these once in a while
Councilor
remote meetings.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Hi, Annie.
Mayor Petty.
How are you?
Yes. Before we start, just a quick little note here that, I understand we have a number of people online, and that I understand a lot of people are hurting. There's no question about it. And,
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
But I just
Oh
want to
my
address the
God.
reason for the virtual meeting tonight. City Hall employees have been inundated with threatening, verbally abusive, and disturbing phone calls, making threats to city employees and elected officials. And clear none of these employees and elected officials are just people. As to me, I just thought it was necessary to ensure everybody's public safety tonight. We have one public participation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
may we suspend
Whoa.
the time limit for the usual half hour to an hour, see where we are if there, I'm sure you'll have more than a half.
I'm telling you
hour.
guys, we're
Coming
getting good
from-
George
Okay.
tonight.
Roll call.
Is he coming to us from Mars?
He looks like his
This is
printer
budget
ran
1
out of
hour.
one of the colors of ink.
Yes. Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GI,
Yes.
Mobby.
Yes.
Thanks for the follow.
Carlson.
Welcome.
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Why is he so red?
Council Basillo,
Yes.
The
George.
blue ran
He's
out.
so red.
Yes.
He's out of cyan.
Council Toomey,
Yeah.
Yes.
and Mayor Petty. So Mayor,
Yes.
can I also
Bearded
read the items
sorcerer,
of public
welcome.
interest, Rule 39, if you would like?
Okay.
George's entire
So
basement
at
is
every meeting of
a
the city
tanning
council, on the public
facility.
participation portion of the
Y'all are just
agenda,
lucky he's wearing a
the
shirt.
chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the council on any eligible items on the agenda. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for one speaker or 30 minutes for all the speakers, but in this case, the council suspended its rules tonight to allow for 1 hour at this point.
Okay. So, Nico, do you want to call people as you see them?
Mayor, so basically, we'll have
Dude, this is gonna be.
You don't, are you on mute?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this point, we ask anybody on the.
Wait, he was on
phone or
mute, so he's in the same
the
room
virtual
as
platform to raise
Yes.
their hand.
Joe. That's
And
awesome.
I'll call based on the order I see them on the screen. I do have a timer, so I'll start the 2 minutes once I recognize you. And then once you hear the beeping sound, we will mute you, and that would end your testimony. So the first calling user is
bet you
Rose.
the
I'm going to try to
beeping sound is
identify
too
the calling
high-pitched
user. Please state your name and
It
city of
breaks through the
residence.
Zoom
and the
limiter,
item you're
and
calling
we
in
won't
on.
hear it at all.
So where?
Hi,
So
my
where's
name
the
is
timer?
Rico,
Where's the?
resident of Worcester and calling on 9A.
Rose is
Just calling to
first.
say
Nice.
I support a civilian review board of the police. Clearly things are not working, and it's hard to trust city leadership and law enforcement after so many past incidents. And then on Thursday, supporting a federal program that's taking people off the streets without warrants, ripping families apart, and instead of de-escalating, causing harm. Just please listen to the community who's asking for basic decency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you that you lower your hand so I can call on the next calling user. The Risha, I'm going to try
I
and mute
think
the
she said
resident now. Please
resident
state your
of
name and
Worcester.
city of residence.
I'm going to say president of Worcester from now on. Brian O'Donnell, president of Worcester,
Risha, can you hear us?
She's
neighbor of
muted.
Nico.
I'm asking you to
Brother of Bob.
unmute. I'm sending you the request now.
It's true.
Can you please unmute? I think it's a microphone problem, so move on. The next one is Raleigh Petit. I'm trying to mute the resident now. Riley, can you hear us?
Hello, I'm so sorry, this is on the wrong account. My name is Ariela Masifuen. I'm a resident of Worcester and a second-generation immigrant from a family who started out undocumented before gaining citizenship. I'd like to speak on item 9A. Mr. Chairman, I've seen how little this body seems to care when residents tell them that their families are dying in Gaza, that they're being abused in public as trans people, and that they are being raped by the police. We need to continue to stand here asking for accountability. This time, our neighbor was illegally stolen from us without due process, with undeniable video evidence and eyewitnesses. That the police aided alleged ICE agents and harmed our community members is a gut-wrenching betrayal, but not a surprise. This body and city manager have promised over and over that you would not assist ICE. You stood in your hall, made your speeches, assuring us that you would protect us within your limits. But when push came to shove, you lied and said we were the aggressors when we engaged as peacefully as possible against armed thugs. You said nothing to confront the lies WPD Chief Saucier and Police Union President Thomas Duffy spread about the events on May 8th. You said your hearts went out to us, and then you were so scared of us that you needed to shut us out of dialogue and shut down City Hall. The police's job in this instance was to match City Hall's promises, and when called to the scene, ask ICE if they had a warrant, and when they didn't have one, ask them to come back with one. That's it. All any of us want in this horrific administration is due process, the things we were promised when we came to America and risked living here. Undocumented immigrants make life easier for you. They risk dangerous living and work environments for you. They pay taxes without fully benefiting, and many of them still love the country that wants them dead and gone. We demand that the police be held accountable for their actions. Our community has told you account after account of police brutality, rape and coercion of vulnerable women, and other human rights violations, and to see so much pushback is deplorable. We want you and the city manager to work with us to bring Roseanne home, reappoint our human rights commissioners, and make a civilian review board for the police so that we can start having a say in ensuring that the police follow the law and end the abuse. These won't solve all of our problems, but it's better than some hollow words of sympathy and refusal of accountability. Through the chair, thank you to Councilor Hajiai and school district candidate Ashley Spring for showing true bravery.
Your time is up.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Your time is up. Your time is up. Shut up. Shut the up.
Now.
Yes, hello, my name is Mark Deshays. I'm a resident of Worcester. Also on item 9A, I'd like to implore that Chief Al-Safir and Mayor Petty, the next time Immigration and Customs Enforcement calls, that you tell them, go away. I implore you to support the citizens of your city and not the tyranny in Washington. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right.
The mayor, I'm going to try the reshare one more time. Maybe the microphone is better now.
You can't write the word cuck.
Yes, I can.
In the prediction on Twitch. So
what's the resonate?
If anyone's getting involved with the prediction, just know.
And I feel like everybody should have equal rights, equal opportunity. I should be only for people with warrants, not just taking people off the streets for no reason.
I shouldn't exist.
I shouldn't exist.
Is that end of your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm just going to call in and read my speech again.
You should.
Nah. I've never called in once, so I'm not going to break that now.
I'm going to try and meet the resident now. Please state your full name and city of residence and the item you're calling on.
Yeah, hi,
If
my name is
you
Glenn Pape. I
call
live
in and call
Worcester,
Joe
I'm
Petty a
talking
cuck,
about
then you
9A.
get 2 hours of balloon
What
twisting
happened on
from
Eureka Street was heartbreaking and
the clown.
chaotic,
So
and now it's being used to divide
not worth
us.
it.
Some of the community blame the police for being inadvertently used by ICE, but I wonder, is it possible that ICE is using this moment to divide the community from our police and from our city leadership? The police were in a difficult
Wow, you don't hear
position.
this take every day.
The situation escalated quickly, emotions were high, and I hope with compassion in mind that the police will choose not to press charges against a 16-year-old girl caught in a desperate
everybody.
situation, a heart-wrenching situation, or
This
against
is
a school
a
board candidate involved. And I hope
precious
that the community
mind
will
that
meet
can help
that
come up with a
compassion
take like
in
this.
kind.
But ICE came into
we have
Worcester
stop
to sow
finger
division
pointing.
between the community and the police
I suggest a
department.
private, respectful meeting. I urge Councilor Hajiai,
ICE
the
doesn't
city
give one fuck
manager,
about
the chief
any
of
of us,
police, the
including
city
the police.
solicitor, and the mayor to
Right.
sit down together privately, maybe with trusted members of the community, and ask 2 questions. What red lines must the police follow in these situations? And what expectations can we set for the community response and protest that honors both justice and the law?
Ah,
So
Ben,
it's not about blame, but about clarity and solidarity. If we keep turning on each other, I think we play into ICE's hands. But if we stand together with honesty and compassion, I think Worcester can show the state and the nation what it means to be truly welcoming and why we're the heart of the Commonwealth. That's my testimony.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ashley. We'll try and meet the resident now.
I'm suspicious of the way that guy just pronounced Worcester.
Hi, Ashley Spring, Worcester.
Ashley.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I must. I decided I must after what happened to me after leaving the Common. I was followed to my car by a man who was aggressively putting a camera in my face and asking me questions about the incident that happened on Eureka Street, who was making threatening comments toward me and telling me that I should be expecting federal charges. We all know this is unacceptable, but this is the unfortunate reality of people who are in the public eye. Now, I don't get the luxury of sitting behind a desk and a computer when it's time for me to speak up, and I'm angry that you have chosen to do that and to limit comment to 1 hour when you know that the public outcry needs to be heard. I'm ashamed of how you've chosen to handle this situation. And I know that you will not step back, but I want you to know that we will not step back either. That's it.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Ashley rocks.
Yes. Can I just say though,
Other
for
speaker is Dr. Haley.
for any events like
Chairman
this
of
in
the
the foreseeable future, can we make sure that we're like
Hi.
Dr. Haley, can you
grouping
hear us?
up with
Hi, this is
anyone that
actually
might be
Seth
targeted,
D,
and
Worcester
Ashley and
resident.
Attell, making sure they're not
In
walking
regards to
alone
City
to their
Council
cars.
Agenda 9A, it is important for
Maybe
the
is good in general
public
to
have
walk
accountability
to
for the Worcester
just
Police
buddy
Department
up.
and the city's response to the Department of Justice report, which cited egregious abuse of power by the WPD. Of additional concern was Commissioner Saussure's statements about the municipality, which minimized concerns over the officers soliciting sex workers in exchange
Don't
for
make people ask for that help.
These
You know,
concerns
no
are
one
even
wants to
more
put people
heightened
out.
after the
but
WPD's
just
response at the ICE raid on Eureka Street, where
Just
an
do it.
already tense situation appears to have been exacerbated by police presence, which assisted ICE in the abduction of a Worcester resident and mother, in which Worcester police officers tackled a teen who was chasing after her mother and threw her to the ground and handcuffed her. This after the WPD and the city administration promised the public they would not assist in ICE raids. The public
Yeah,
deserves
Worcester Police
answers
put
as the police
that
department has shown a
16-year-old
complete
girl
disregard for
in the
public
database that ICE
safety
uses.
and well-being and an inability to communicate in good faith with the public. We cannot trust the
Also,
WPD
she wasn't
to
holding the
answer
baby.
truthfully over the seriousness of
Right.
these issues.
The entire
and
time
we
she
need
was not
more
holding
than anecdotal statements of change and a move towards concrete solution-based practice and accountability, which is why I asked the City Council to bring about transparency related to the handling of the DOJ report and Police Department's response.
Yenny, can you DM me that link?
Thank you.
I'm using a setup out here where I can't really
The
grab
next
links from
resident
the
is
chat.
David Webb. I'm gonna try and meet the resident now. You're breaking up. Can you please speak up?
Sure. Can you hear me a little bit better?
It's a little mumbly, but you can go ahead.
I apologize for that. I am on City Hall Wi-Fi. If you bear with me, and there's going to be about 30 people after me, we will all keep ourselves to within 2 minutes. We have someone keeping track of time, and we will make sure we are under a minute and 50-ish. But please let us know if we begin to go over.
They're going
The
to
next
hang
person
up
will
on
go
you at 2
My
minutes.
name is David
like I
Webb.
said
I'm a
before.
resident of City of Worcester. I was there last week, and to make sure that everyone else gets to go, I'm going to keep my call to action very, very short. Regarding 9A, release the first 3 minutes, but I mean preferably all of it, the body-worn camera footage of Patrick Hanlon, the first officer on scene, because that will show exactly what happened and who put hands on who. And now I'm going to be handing it off to Maria.
Maria Lawson, City of Worcester.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have one calling user to 2 minutes. So
No, that's all right.
That's
do
not
you want to continue?
the rule, and there are 30 people here who showed up to City Hall to speak tonight.
You're gonna have to make 30 Venmo accounts on David Webb's computer.
please
Let's
allow
go.
them
Let's
to
get
speak?
cracking. Get those incognito windows open.
Yeah, Nico, well, yeah, as long as it's the 2 minutes.
They will only go for 2 minutes each. This is Maria Lawson, who is very nervous and excited to speak.
Okay.
I went home Thursday night after everything had happened and just sat there for what seemed like hours. I couldn't wrap my mind around what happened in our city and the fact that many of you were either silent or your statements made things worse instead of better. I sat down and sent an email to our city manager, mayor, police chief, and all of the councilors. I heard from Councilor King immediately about 12:30 a.m., and I truly appreciate that. I also am in contact with Councilor Ojeda and appreciate all he does. Other than that, I have yet to hear from anyone except, of course, the chief of staff and executive assistant with blanket, "Hey, we got your message and we're passing it along," and the police were doing their job responses. Because of this, I felt it important to read my email to all of you here in person. I just wish you were here. I'm writing this letter to express my extreme disappointment with the city of Worcester and those in charge. As a mother, sister, mentor, clinician, and community leader born here in the city, I am devastated with what I saw play out today. We need to do better. You need to do better. Throughout the day, I received texts and calls from community members, some as young as 10 years old, worried about leaving school, worried about going out into the community,
It's wicked sick
worried
that
that they
David
may
did
not
this.
return home.
I'm
They wondered
handing
if
it
they
to
would be
him on
safe.
this one.
They
This
wondered
is
if
a
their
good
families
idea.
would be safe.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They worried not only
I'm
about
glad
the
it
agents
worked.
coming into our communities, but also about
flex.
the officers working here, who were supposed to be here to
Also
protect
fitting
them.
that he's wearing a
The
Public Menace
WPD
t-shirt tonight.
failed. The WPD does not make them feel safe. safe. Time and time again, we say this and are ignored. Our feelings are not validated. How do we move forward in a space where our voices are not valued? Put yourself in the place of that child for a minute. And yes, contrary to what some may be reporting, that was a child. Her mother was ripped away from her. She had no idea what may happen to her. She had no idea if she'd ever see her again. Her response was a trauma response. Running after her mother as she was taken away by strangers was a trauma response. The WPD officers involved added to that trauma. I understand that running into the street and grabbing onto the car was unsafe. They needed to keep the child safe. Holding her back.
Go to the next person.
Okay.
Next person.
I'm Carla Moore from the city of Worcester. What happened on Eureka Street was a crime, and police should have been called, but they should have been called to protect the woman who was being kidnapped. I'm here on the Common today outside City Hall, and I have to tell you, there's no violence here. You have nothing to fear from these people. In fact, we want you to join us, join our side. Rarely do you have an opportunity to be at an inflection point in history as you are right now. Because right now, you have the opportunity to tip the scales one way or the other. You can either make it worse, or you can join the citizens of Worcester who are standing out here trying to protect their neighbors. You have a chance to be a hero to the world and to your
Eventually you become
grandchildren
the thing
who
you
will
hate,
read the history of what
which is the
happened
guy
here
that tells people,
and
hold on, I
what
can
you
talk.
did. You have a chance to stand up for the Constitution of the United States. Don't take that lightly. If you would like to join us, you will be welcomed with open arms. Worcester PD would be welcome if they will stand with us. But since 1774, this city has had quite a history of standing up to tyranny. These people are not going to stop. So we're just asking you respectfully to please pass some laws that say ICE is not coming here. They can't come here. And tell Worcester PD to stand down. Because the next time they come to town, there will be people in the streets.
You can't tell
We
your
don't-
police
we don't
department
want
to do
violence,
something.
But
Right.
we will be in the
What?
streets. And we just
No, they,
ask
what?
Worcester
You can't tell your
PD
police
to get out
department
of
what
the
to
way.
do.
No, no one can.
Hello.
Wait,
I'm Ginny Ryan,
don't ask me to tell the
resident of
police department
Worcester
what to
for
do, because
42
I'm
years.
technically supposed
I
to be
wanted
able to do
say
that,
I'm
but I can't.
74 years old, and I will keep coming out as long as needed. And I'm asking you to do the same. We have to get rid of police cooperation with ICE.
Public, where are you
We have to
watching
stand
from
now,
tonight?
because if
Where's
we
your-
don't,
where's your
we are headed towards a fascist state.
spot?
And you know it as well as I do. And so please do not be afraid of us. We need you to be accountable to us, to be responsible to us, to protect us. And we need the Worcester Police to do the same. So I am
Thanks for
asking
watching.
you to be in solidarity with us and with our neighbors. It is now or never. Thank you.
Kaylin Berglund, Worcester resident. I am a relatively new member of the Worcester community, and I was proud when our city became a sanctuary. Just as I was devastated to learn about the students, professors, and neighbors who have recently been torn from our community. Just as I was enraged to learn about Worcester police collaborating with these kidnappers. I call upon you to ban ICE from our city, ban police from collaborating with these abductors, release with clean records all present and future community heroes who stand up for our neighbors in the face of oppression and abuse of power. If due process is not upheld for everyone, especially the most vulnerable members of our communities, then none of us are safe. Imagine secret police showing up and taking you, your family, your friends without justification or recourse. Historical patterns tell us that these marginalized populations are being targeted because hateful people at high levels of government think that the average person will not care, that you will not care. Then they will target larger and larger minority groups, immigrants, trans folks, people of color, the LGBTQIAP+ community, autistic, and other neurodiverse people. We will all be targeted until there is no one left to stand up for you when you are targeted by these kidnappers. My mom always said, as long as someone is willing to stand up and say, that's not okay, it never will be. I had surgery this week, but I'm still here at City Hall, and I wish you were too.
Hi, I'm Ron Compton, Worcester resident. I'm usually a proud Worcester resident, and today I am ashamed. I'm ashamed on your behalf, and I'm ashamed to be represented by you. How you have acted is embarrassing and endorses fascism. Are you not also ashamed? I'm also very much concerned about ShotSpotter and other increases in surveillance by our police department, which is clearly either incapable or unwilling to protect our community's most vulnerable members.
Hi, my name is Ronan Palmer. I'm here to comment on 9A. I'm a resident of Worcester, Massachusetts, and I'm a healthcare worker. Every day for the last few months, our days start with talking about what we're going to do if ICE shows up. Why are we as healthcare providers who should be taking care of our patients, our focus should be on our patients and their health. Why are we spending our time worrying over if the city police can do their gosh dang jobs and take care of all of our residents? You are wasting our time by not muzzling your goddamn dog.
Oh!
Take care of your residents,
Heightening.
whether they're here under documentation or not.
Rule of three. He's gonna say
We
something
need to
fucking
protect
crazy
each
next.
other. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Marcus Palumbo, and I'm a rising senior at Clark University, and I'm testifying regarding item 9A. Last Thursday, when I heard the news about what happened on Eureka Street, I was angry. Of course, I was angry at the ruthless abduction of our neighbors by the extra-legal police force known as ICE, but I was also angry for another reason, betrayal.
Your fifth year.
It had been my understanding that the Worcester police were legally not allowed to assist ICE in these deportations. So while I knew that sooner or later ICE would come for our city, I had taken some comfort in the fact that the Worcester police would not actively aid ICE in their illegal activities. Well, that comfort was ripped away last Thursday when the WPD betrayed us, the people, in favor of helping ICE carry out an illegal operation that ripped a family apart. There are only two explanations for this. Either you, the council, have completely lost control over the police
letting us
department,
know.
or
I
you
just
are
want to point
actively
out that
complicit in their
Internet
actions.
Magpie's first
Briefly, I would like to
comment in
highlight
the
an
chat
alternative vision for how police could
was to
respond
tell
to
us
these
that
types
we
of
don't know
events in
the
the future.
fucking shit about
The duty of
college.
policing is to enforce the law, whether it's being broken by regular people, rich
We're just old
CEOs,
and
or
it's been
even
a
other
while.
police officers. That's
Hell
what
yeah.
equal enforcement of the law looks like. And this should extend to ICE as well. If ICE is trying to illegally detain someone, it should be the job of the WPD to stop them from breaking the law. Let's imagine how this situation could have gone differently. WPD is called to the scene because some people claiming to be ICE agents are trying to forcibly take someone and people are surrounding them. WPD could arrive and de-escalate the situation by making everyone, including ICE, stop and explain what they're doing. The police could have made ICE prove that they really were ICE officers, made them show that they had a warrant, and demonstrate that they had gone through the proper process of notification before taking this dramatic action. And if the Worcester police discovered that ICE hadn't met these legal requirements,
we love
then they
it.
should
We
stop
love it.
ICE from taking anyone. I cannot emphasize this enough. If ICE is acting without meeting proper legal standards, then it is not an arrest, it is a kidnapping.
This is too much to
and it should be the job of the
I'll talk
Worcester
about it
police
later.
to stop
Yeah.
kidnappings no matter who's perpetrating them. Do your job, prevent this situation from ever happening again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Fraser. I'm a resident of Worcester, speaking tonight on 9A and 10G. Related to the incident that happened on Eureka Street on Thursday. This has been badly misrepresented in the press and by city officials. There is absolutely no de-escalation happening.
Nico's fucking steamed right now about how well this is running.
Adults threw a terrified and traumatized 16-year-old child
Only
to the
I can
ground
be
and
the
shoved her
clerk.
face into the pavement. When another adult tried to help that child, the WPD shoved them away and then arrested them for assault. This is not de-escalation. This is excessive force being used on members of the community that the Worcester Police Department sees as weaker or less able to stand up for themselves. This is a pattern that was highlighted in the DOJ report that y'all keep avoiding. Continuing to table it, by the way, will not make it go away, folks. Furthermore, item 10G, which is calling for an investigation into systemic racism within the Worcester Police Department, has been tabled for over a year and needs to be addressed. This item has to come off the tabled list and public hearings must be held. Otherwise, the citizens of Worcester are simply going to assume that you are indeed catering to the racist and misogynistic influences within the police department and other agencies. Mayor Petty, you have said that Worcester is a welcoming city. You have stated that the WPD will not be working with ICE or any other federal agencies or pseudo-agencies that come here to kidnap and traffic our residents. Prove it. Be a man of your word, honor that statement, and require that the city manager and Worcester Police honor it as well.
The old ways of doing business will no longer work. We know when we're being gaslit, folks. If you hadn't cravenly decided to move this meeting to Zoom, you would have overwhelmingly heard our message loud and clear. We are no longer asking for respect. We are demanding it. November is coming and we vote.
Hi, my name is Julia Morin. I'm an educator in the Worcester Public School District. I'm speaking in regard to Article 9A. My students attend our schools. They contribute to our school culture. They are dedicated to this community, speaking about their dreams of one day becoming judges, teachers, and doctors. Their families work tirelessly, devoting their time and energy to building lives and homes right here in our neighborhoods. I have a family I tutor who's working at our hospital system on the path to become doctors for us. And I have to say, where's the safety? Where's the concern for them? You were elected to serve this community,
that's a great
to
idea.
serve the people, not establishment, not even your own establishment, the people. And these are your people. These are your children. Because as stated before, it was a teenager and her mother. So why is the concern for everything but the people? My students, their families, and the community members I work alongside every single day. We are doing the work to bring our shared homes to life. And right now, people are in danger. They are in danger. We need action now. I don't want to hear about protecting institutions when it's the people, Worcester people, who need protection. We are speaking to you today. Act, don't deflect, don't hide, don't delay anymore. We are done.
Hell yeah.
Hi, I'm Shannon. I'm finishing the statement for my friend Maria. I understand that running into the street and grabbing that car that young girl did was unsafe. They needed to keep the child safe. Holding her back would have done this.
You don't
She was
have to hand
outnumbered.
that to them.
There were more than enough men on site to restrain her little body. Her being thrown to the ground and arrested was disgusting. This was not doing their job. Maria is the mother of a beautiful, intelligent, brown-skinned 17-year-old girl. That could have been... Oh no, oh no, oh no. That could have been her. Oh, Maria, help, help, help. I clicked away. Next. Let me go after. Oh.
Hi, my
Nico's
name
now
is
laughing.
Grandma Wolfpaw, and I'm a resident
Wolfpaw.
of
Grandma
Nipmuc
Wolfpaw.
territory.
Fuck
I, when I heard about all this that was going on, first thing that came to mind was the Trail of Tears, the residential schools. This is the government once again taking families and separating them. So we need for you to open your eyes, and you knew what was going down. You knew. And let me tell you something else I found online. I was looking for a job, and I found they're needing Customs and Border Patrol here in Worcester. So that was a shock. But you need to do his history of the Native Americans so you see what's going to go on. But we don't trust you. We don't trust you, officers. I help ex-prisoners. I help homeless. They don't trust you. And that's pretty bad because my little sister was a federal marshal and she was a community cop. You could learn something off of her. She sued her police department and won. But we don't trust you. You weren't there. But leave my brothers and sisters that's coming back home from South America.
Hi, Terry Kelly, Worcester. I just have to say that you promised us a sanctuary city the last term you were in office. And you said, if anything goes wrong, you'll be there and you'll stop what's going on. Well, your word is trash. You are trash.
Your word is trash, kid. Oh God, that's awesome.
You really need to step down.
Your word
here,
is
Petty.
trash.
And Baptista's needs to stand down too. They're detaining people. They're holding people against their will. No due process of the law. This is bullshit. Step down now. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
My name is James Miller from Worcester. I want to start by recognizing how difficult it is to be a police officer in 2025. You carry the burden of a broken system and you serve a public that sees you through the lens of injustices committed far from here. We are neighbors. But antagonizing your community because of the federal government that's out of control will only endanger your officers
he's being
and
cool.
the
I thought he
people
was
you're
just gonna be a
sworn to
cop the whole time.
protect. There are forces now that are bigger than any of us. Armed federal agents are being deployed to our city to detain people who have committed no crimes. You may disagree with my political assessment, but it doesn't matter. The people of Worcester will not stand for this. We will not allow ICE to continue these illegal, immoral, unconstitutional actions. Your officers were wisely told not to get involved. They ignored those orders. City Manager Batista's first public statement said protesters called the police. That was
Not
a
true.
lie. ICE called the police.
ICE called the
WPD
police, yep.
should not have responded. ICE will be back. And the next time there won't be 20 protesters, there will be 200. And the time after that, 2,000. What happens when your officers are outnumbered 500 to 1? I've seen this as a journalist covering uprisings in Syria and
Anyone
Ukraine.
watch? You can watch
do
Andor
not want that.
to find out
So
what happens
prevent
when
it.
the
We need
officers
a
are
clear,
outnumbered.
non-cooperation policy with ICE, backed by real training and accountability. We need transparency from the police and truth from Manager Batista, not spin, especially in light of the January Justice Department allegations. De-escalation begins with accountability.
Fucking hit the
Hi,
post.
Jillian
Are you
here, just
kidding me?
finishing up a story for a friend here.
Wow.
If anyone tried to harm me, her response would have been
Oh,
the
you know who
same.
that guy is, by any
Many
chance?
of you have daughters. They would have reacted the same.
I didn't catch his
What
name.
if something like this happened to
I
one
didn't
of
either.
them? Our city manager doubled
Moist
down and
picture
solidified
people have actually
the
been to
fact that this
Ukraine and
behavior
Syria
is
in
acceptable
particular as a working
and
as
stated what
journalists.
the police did was uphold the law and protect the peace of our community. That is not what we saw. Our mayor attacked ICE without acknowledging that a child was harmed by those sworn to protect them. We have yet to hear from the chief of police. Your silence and
James
lack of
Miller.
accountability speaks volumes. Your lack of empathy speaks volumes. All that we have been asked for months now is that there be acknowledgement and accountability. Instead, we get excuses and validation and outright lies. This was an opportunity for all of you to show this community, your constituents, that you care. This was the opportunity to show us that you are here, standing for us and standing with us. The only way to move forward successfully is to admit harm, apologize, and do better. Are any of you ready to do that? Finishing from our friend Maria. Thank you.
Hi, Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street. I just want to name, I've been waiting for 2.5 hours, so you guys could have taken people in order, would have been nice. I am profoundly worried about this moment for Worcester. We have a choice to make. We're either going to stand together as a community. Conquering forces always come in and try and divide people. And I want my sisters and brothers as union members like me in the police to think about the training that tells you that if somebody shows up and claims they're there legitimately with a badge, that you listen to them instead of us. We know
Well, yeah,
who's
they
in our
have
community.
vests.
As a woman, maybe it
What do you-
plays
what do you
differently
expect?
for
Cop
me,
sees
but
some
if
guy with a
strange
vest.
men show up in masks and are not
I
willing
mean,
to give a warrant for my
that
arrest,
means they're an operator.
that's called human trafficking. And I want to know my neighbors
They have the
are gonna
operator
stand
skin
up
on.
for me as a woman to not be dragged away by a bunch of men in masks. And I want the Worcester
Best part
police
was
to
the
do what you've
cop at the
promised
scene
to
who
do
kept
around
just
the
going,
constables
it's federal.
and sheriffs
It's
who
federal.
evict people.
It's federal.
Ask these
And they're
people
like,
for their ID.
Okay.
Ask them for the warrant. Do not assume that just because someone says to you, oh, I'm with law enforcement. Please, please believe in your neighbors. Believe in those of us who are residents of Worcester. Believe in us. And we need to be able to meet you halfway. But if you're not coming your halfway, it's really hard to do that. So this is a huge opportunity for us to come together, for us to stand for the idea that no one in our city has someone put their hands on them
Stephen
without
Bigliotti, you're so
the,
lucky that most people can't see your comment because you're
Police
watching us on
Reform
Facebook
Act,
like a complete
training to
fucking
be
pervert.
safe, to care about each other, and to
You
put our
little fucking
lives as
freak.
human beings first.
We stop, I can thank them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Petty, for letting these people speak. I'm ashamed of you that we weren't able to.
Nico being Nico.
Disconnected, but the next.
Oh, we got
Mr. John
disconnected. Sure,
Snyder.
Nico.
Sure.
Hey, beautiful. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. I hope everybody's having a great night. Thank you to everybody for sharing.
Fucking opening a
This is
set?
an important issue for all of us. I have
Anybody been to Panera Bread lately?
friends and
Name and city
family
of residence.
who are or were less documented than they'd like to be. So I'd like to say that up front. I sympathize with those folks. That being said, and I sympathize with the young woman who was arrested.
Something tells me he's not going to end with
totally
a
get that.
No,
I
he's
can't
turning.
imagine my mom being arrested. But as far as I understand, and maybe I'm missing things, what I understand here is that the woman who was arrested had a violent
about the city?
criminal record. And in addition to being
Bro, she hit somebody with a cell
like
phone charging cable.
Nico, stop this. This is not relevant. Stop this.
The President of the United States has been given the authority to ICE to detain those people in public spaces, which is what they did, to my understanding. Maybe I'm missing something. And so
I think it's safe to say
I think that
you
in
are
Worcester,
missing
we have
missed a few things.
Quite a stir
like a fucking
on
brain.
one side of the aisle, and I would like to encourage my friends on that side of the aisle.
One side of the aisle.
Take a deep breath.
This
I
guy's
wish
so
that was one side of the aisle.
this guy's so
Politics of one side of
nervous
the
and
aisle, but
scared
look
to
at
say the
things,
most fucking milquetoast fucking
perhaps,
conservative
hopefully,
dumb bullshit. Like you
from a
fucking
step
baby.
back, make sure that we're not just signing up with
Oh
one
no, they're
side
going
of
to
the aisle
cancel
or
me
the
even
other.
though that's
because,
over.
that would maybe get us a better
We
seat
need
in
both
the political
sides.
arena. Say, okay,
He's
case
going
by
to cry.
case.
He's going to cry.
Someone's gonna kill
I
me
think
for
the
saying
call
that
to
we need
action
both
here is
sides.
to detain the people with violent criminal records who are less documented
Dude.
than they would like to be.
Dude.
And that's the end of the story.
Shut up.
Except that, oh yeah, what about the police who arrested this young girl? Sort of with strength.
So the next speaker is Catherine
You
Judd. I'm gonna try to get her
dumbass.
now. Catherine, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Catherine Judd, Worcester, D5, speaking on agenda items 8-1A, 9A, and 10G. First, I'm glad to see the councilors can in fact attend council via Zoom. Good job, guys. So, on to the topic at hand. About 90 years ago, amid rising tensions across Europe and the fear of being separated or worse, my family made the impossible choice to flee Ukraine to immigrate to the U.S., seeking a better future for themselves and their future generations. My great-grandmother and her 3 young children entered occupied Poland, where my great-grandmother was detained and imprisoned, separated from her children, who were left on the street to their own devices. Months later, they were reunited and successfully made it to the U.S., where they prospered. My family endured this unimaginable struggle with the hopes that those who came after them would never encounter or witness that same trauma. They sought the American dream. Now, 90 years later, I've witnessed nearly the same set of events happen just a short drive from my house in a city that I've called home for nearly a decade. I can't speak for my deceased relatives, but I can't imagine they would be proud. My family's story is far from unique and likely sounds familiar to most immigrants or those of us who are first, second, third, etc. generations. If that is you, and yet you support or don't have an issue with the conduct on last Thursday of WPD or the masked gang calling themselves ICE, shame on you. Your family didn't sacrifice everything just for their descendants to side with their oppressors or captors. Through the chair to the manager, say what you mean and mean what you say. If you're going to enable ICE, don't tell us you won't. If you're going to usher in a new era of police reform and transparency, try a little harder. Have a backbone and stand for literally anything. Your ancestors are watching, and so are we. I yield the rest of my time.
Next calling user is
I love when people say that.
Tom. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
I like to imagine they're
Tom,
giving a little shout out to Andrew
Yep,
Marsh every
Tom
time they
Marino,
do that.
Worcester. I'm sure those
Tom
there
Marino, let's
remember
go.
the case of on
I love this
9A.
guy.
Sorry, remember the case of Rajat Charda in 2013. He was a Worcester police officer. Came across 2 people fornicating in a vehicle. Handcuffed the man and was convicted of raping the woman. And he was fired and was convicted, went to jail. His mistake was that there was a witness, because if it was only that woman, they would be screaming at her that she's a liar, she's making it all up. And the first person in that line would be Thomas Duffy. It's interesting that the police department and the union get into the political realm, but in the spirit of doing background checks on people that complain,
Mr. Vic Mackey
Mr.
wouldn't be
Duffy
taking
has
this shit.
26 investigations by the Bureau of Professional Standards, including 15 accusations of unreasonable force. He's the most violent police officer on the force. Of course, he was cleared of all of those and put back on the street to hurt other people. He wants ethics investigations. I'll agree to that. If we can get ethics investigations into the BOPS investigators that investigated his cases, into the BOPS investigator of the beer garden, into the BOPS investigator of the Rizzuti case, and the Casenta case. And he also
I think we should do some
councilor
investigations
assaulted
of
someone.
drunk driving incidents.
Let's
on
do that
Hamilton
investigation too. Right after we do the investigation of the police officer that assaulted the man at the beer garden and his partner or another officer who saw exactly the same thing as he did, except none of those things happened. The officer who assaulted Pastor Rizzuti, the officer, a civil jury found manipulated evidence, and most importantly, the 2016 case where Duffy put a suspect in a cab to allow him to flee from the scene because the suspect was the brother.
Time is up. The next calling you.
I wish he was able to finish that story because that's a good one.
Yep.
He basically,
You know, I'm not quite sure when these 2-minute cut off the mic rule started. I know we didn't vote on it. I don't believe in rules committee. So I'm not sure how that was implemented unilaterally. And what I'm going to ask is if there could at least be some sort of a heads up before you cut it off. Even if you're keeping it for 2, if that's what you want to do in your discretion as a chair, it might be helpful for folks who are trying to get their point across to know they have a little bit of time left.
And we'll try to, Nico, if you can, if we're going to keep the 2-minute time frame.
If you can
maybe
physically
15
do
seconds
that.
left, maybe just say 15 seconds left.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, whipped dog. That is a whipped dog response right there.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I've had my hand raised and asked for point of order prior. There should have been a vote.
Except
Just want to
nobody
make
cares,
sure
Kathleen.
that realize there should have been a vote on allowing Mr. Webb to usurp.
There should have been a vote, Mr. Rules. What? That's no.
Yes, it's actually.
No, there shouldn't have been a
Bureau
vote.
on
Shut up,
Bob Bureau's
idiot.
line. My name is Ann Bureau. Many Worcester
He's not
families
taking
are
people in
terrified
order
right
of
now.
how long they've
They're
been waiting
watching
on
to see
Zoom.
what you
Yeah,
do.
Take them
there
in
should have been a vote for
alphabetical
this
order.
completely unprecedented situation
and
that
the
doesn't
right
appear
to life,
anywhere in
liberty,
open
and
meeting
the
law or
pursuit of
Robert's Rules of
happiness.
Order. Yeah, there should have been a vote on
huge
that.
percentage
Shut
of our
up.
population of Worcester are new arrivals. Indeed, we're all immigrants. We count on you to do the right thing. Our new arrival population is one of the strongest part of what makes Worcester great. What you decide here tonight and the coming days will have huge ramifications. The country is watching. Please protect our families. Families are being kidnapped off the street with no warrants, torn from their children. We count on you to do the right thing. I would also like to speak on the noble actions of City Councilor Hajai.
Crack another bottle of
We are
wine,
all
Pete.
learning from the events last week, but her actions clearly demonstrate her great care and concern for the well-being of Worcester families. She raced to respond to the needs of families in her district and to ensure they were given due process afforded by all families under our Constitution. She is the consummate city councilor. Thank you.
Tell's the best. Probably my counselor.
Tell really is the fucking best. Who else would do what she did?
Danielle, City of Worcester. Can you hear me?
Yes, please say your name and city resident.
My name is Danielle. I am a resident of Worcester. I want to speak on 9A. I was present at Eureka Street on Thursday, so I didn't have to watch videos or listen to your statements because I saw it with my own eyes. And then I saw statements come out from this city lying about what happened. I have bruises on my arms. We were surrounded by mass women of your city. It was mothers and grandmothers, everyone, mothers and grandmothers praying in a huddle while masked men tried to take another woman from us. Men with guns, and the Worcester PD showed up and they shoved us away and they allowed them to do it. That is what happened. You need a full review of how you run that place because you clearly train them to behave the way that they did. As a survivor of abuse, having to go through that, most of you will never know. And the councilwoman, she never touched anyone, but we were held back. We were pushed. We were lied to right in our faces. I had Officer
John, do
Lugo
tell.
tell me that federal agents can come into any city and take anyone they want. It's their jurisdiction. That's a quote. Get his body camera. I had the lieutenant in charge tell me that everything was fine because he did see a warrant. He told me to my face that he did see a warrant. So get his body camera footage too. Lies. It was all lies. That's what I have to say. Reform your crap.
Yes! Another banger of a sentence. Reform your crap.
The next speaker is Annie Kaplan. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Annie Kaplan. I am a resident of Worcester. I don't want to make this super long. I just really want to reiterate what everyone said about 9A and just the need for you to protect our community and protect due diligence instead of punishing people that defend it. We really, I said I wasn't going to make this short. I actually want you guys to be listening, by the way. I'm going to keep on keeping this short, but I just want to, let you guys know that we are here. We will keep on fighting, and we just really want you to, do what's right. And you know that. Yeah, thank you. That's all.
Just went out the
Hello,
You're calling?
my name is Sheila Brenner. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I was there on Tuesday. I'm going to be 75 years old next month. I've seen a lot in my time. I have two brothers who are retired Chicago police officers. I know it's a difficult job, but I'm calling because when I arrived there, I saw three women. One
What
with
other
an
job
infant,
do people feel
and I saw five
compelled to say
big
that?
men with not body armor, whatever they are, guns, and they were big. It wasn't necessary for five men to be standing over these three women who couldn't speak English. I stood there for an hour and watched as they sat in the sun with this infant. It became chaotic because, as a previous caller said, these were mothers and grandmothers seeing these women and this child being put through this, not understanding what's going on, waiting for their lawyer. And the poor young 16-year-old girl, I was trying to speak to her. She couldn't understand me. She just kept screaming, "My mother, my mother, my mother." She wanted her mother. And for that, she got slammed to the ground. And Attell is the most courageous counselor on the city council. She put herself in there, tiny little Attell, because she believes that her constituents should be protected. The behavior of the Worcester Police Department was deplorable, and that responsibility goes to the chief of police, the city manager, the mayor, and the city council. They could protect those women, but they didn't. It's shameful, and I am happy that the country is seeing it, because something has to change. We don't hate our neighbors. We are united to protect them, and I hope you will listen to all these people who believe that. Thank you.
Nico, are you there?
The next speaker is Shauna. Try me the resident now.
Hi, my name is Shauna, and I'm a Worcester resident and a mental health provider in the city of Worcester. I'm calling regarding item 9A. I wanted to echo what everyone else has shared, that I am incredibly concerned and disturbed not only by the incident on Eureka Street last week, but also city officials' responses afterwards. We saw a family torn apart and taken away in an unmarked vehicle by people in masks who refused to provide documentation to prove the legality of their actions. We saw the Worcester PD support the abduction of a member of our community without a warrant and without explanation. And then we subsequently saw a 16-year-old arrested with her face pressed to the ground by Worcester PD. I wanted to ask you, how should a child respond when her mother is aggressively taken from her with no promise that she'll ever see her again? As a fellow clinician previously stated, this was traumatic for this child and also for our Worcester community. This will have psychological ramifications for many years to come. This incident has further eroded the tenuous level of trust the community has in the Worcester PD and city leadership. I'm asking for meaningful accountability of City Council and Worcester PD to our community. How does collaborating with ICE make our community healthier or safer? And where will we draw the line in the future as our federal agencies continue to target our community members and violate constitutional rights? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Stratton. Try to meet the resident now. Eric, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Eric Stratton, City of Worcester. I would say that I'm shocked that we're having to show up again, but that would be a lie. We're once again having to show up, albeit virtually, to City Council to express our outrage and disappointment that the Worcester Police Department is once again avoiding accountability, collaborating with ICE when we were explicitly told that they would not, and with our City Council being complicit in allowing them to do so. My question to the Council is, are you afraid to govern? Why have a job of public service if you're afraid to actually serve your residents? Our City Council acts swiftly on issues of no real importance or significance, but hem and haw, hold under privilege, table, or cry lawsuit on those that actually matter and that will protect your residents. It is shocking to me that you all are so afraid to do anything of any significant importance for our residents. The DOJ report, millions of dollars in settlements due to police misconduct, refusing to establish a citizen advisory board or to allow the Human Rights Commission to actually do their job. What will it take for our elected officials to support the citizens of the city?
Come on, Eric.
To stop the denial, deflection, and dereliction of your duty as elected officials
Say it, Eric.
and city employees? What do we need to do? It seems that we're at an impasse here.
Wow.
That we continue to show up, yet
Thanks,
you are
Anonymous.
unwilling to act. Some of our councilors show up. They show up and stand up for our residents, as seen by the actions of Attell and I think Christian King and a few others. But it is shocking and disappointing to see, and we will remember in November.
Ah, Eric, you missed your chance.
What's that?
Do we talk about this at all?
No. Is that real?
I don't know. That's what
The next
John
speaker
heard a
is Jeremy
rumor.
LeBeau. Yeah. Try to meet the resident now.
I wouldn't surprise me. I'd love to hear more about that.
Jeremy, can you hear us?
Maybe
You didn't
Maybe
call
if
Betty a cuck, and you can't get balloons. Sorry.
Jeremy, can you hear us?
Maybe if somebody sent a message, anonymous
a
tip line to
microphone issue,
Bill
so if you
Sheener,
want.
or even a
Next speaker is
non-anonymous
Mark
one.
Barnett.
What?
All right,
Can you hear us?
this is Margot
Is
Barnett.
it-
Let me
What
know
happened?
if you can hear me.
Big Brother Moves mentioned
Okay,
that he heard a
so,
rumor
I'm
that
gonna,
maybe two of the
confer a
ICE
lot
agents
tonight.
were not actually
gonna stick
federal
to one
agents,
item.
but were Blackwater employees and
I'm speaking
non-citizens.
on item 81A.
Oh, that would make perfect fucking sense.
Usually
Right.
we should celebrate appointments to such a dignified body as the
they-
Human Rights Commission.
They had on
I don't know the two
very
gentlemen
plastic
who are
looking
being
badges, some
appointed,
of them.
but
I was
I am
reviewing my
dismayed.
footage.
What's notable tonight
A lot of it
is who's
isn't
not
smart
being
to
appointed,
put out,
actually reappointed.
but there's some
So
very
tonight,
interesting stuff
We've
there.
heard a lot about problems with the behavior of the
The two
Worcester Police
guys, and
Department.
one of them stands out because he
Mr.
was
Manager, I have
on
heard
top
you
of
say several
David
times
Webb
when
the whole
asked
time.
about
There are
police
two guys that are
accountability
wearing jeans,
that the
t-shirts,
Human Rights
and
Commission is honest
sneakers.
and
Like
that
one
you're
of them is
looking
just
at
like
them.
an old fat guy. clearly has a
Well,
firearm
over
under
the
his
last
t-shirt,
year, I've
but
gotten
like
to know
no
Attorney
body
Alan
armor
Shemet, who has
and
been the
no
chair of
ID
this body.
anywhere on
I
him.
have
Like
tremendous
it was even just
respect
his mannerisms
for
were
the
more
depth
just like
of her knowledge
random
and her
dude who
diligence,
just was walking down the street with a gun
her
and said, "I'm going to be a
dedication.
fucking
She's
cop
truly
today."
dedicated to
It
human
was
rights and speaks
there's
up
some
when
definitely
it's
some
not
weird shit
convenient.
happening there.
She has
Dude, some of the
taken her
stuff I've
charge
seen,
seriously.
like
She's brought
pictures and
recommendations
videos from not
about
Worcester, like,
police
but like
accountability that
from
have not
around
been
the
followed.
state and the country,
So I think
they're
that
for
we
sure
need to
not
appoint,
fucking cops. They're
reappoint
for
her
sure not
instead of
fucking
appointing
federal
someone
agents.
who's
Like,
closely connected to
that's
the
the problem.
police
Keep in mind
department,
too that I
which
mean
loud and
a lot of
clear
these
to me
like two of the people that
that
were
you
there
do
were
not want to deal with the
wearing
advocacy that comes from the Human
ATF
Rights Commission.
insignia. Like
I'm sorry to say
those
this,
guys are
but
checking
it
tax
gives the
stamps and
lie
cartons
to
of
your say,
cigarettes in
Mr.
Nashua
Manager,
3
that you
months
take
ago. Like
seriously that there needs
these
to be a
are
serious look at the
analysts
behavior and record
and
of the police
whatnot that are getting
department.
all redirected
You've said
to
that you don't support a
something that
civilian
used to be a
review
really
board, and
specialized
now it
small
looks
group of
like that
people
you're
within
trying to capture the
Homeland Security.
Human Rights Commission. I'm here to witness
The
the
ERO
renewed
guys were like, there's a
accountability and
very
rigorous
small
oversight of the Worcester Police
unit
Department.
when it came
This
to
points again to the need for a
grabbing units.
civilian review board.
You have 15 seconds left.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of a little boomerang of empire type
Next
deal that
speaker,
we
Gemma
just
Kamal.
had, like the subcontracting out of the
Hi,
use
can
of
you guys hear
force
me?
is coming home to roost
Yes.
in the heart of the empire.
I just for the time.
That's what we get for the Iraq War.
I am number one. If I was to grade this committee on anything, well, pertaining to the meeting and how it's been set up right now, you guys will probably fail F because I can't see anybody. And I think, you know, as a city, we should be able to see.
Heather, don't you dare
our
talk shit
elected
about my mic
officials,
levels.
even virtually.
I'm out here sitting on my
and then
porch having a
people-
good
there
time.
should
I
be
don't
an
care
actual
how bad
thing,
it
'cause
is.
We have, you know, learned from Zoom, and I'm
We
just
embrace the jank here.
saddened to have joined this meeting. And
What about you
I
has
didn't even
given
know where I
you the
was.
impression that
So
we
that's one, and I would appreciate
are
for the city to
professional
really, you know,
or
look into
particularly
that. We should be
care?
able to see you guys, whether you are in your house or not. You know, we should be able to
I guess
see
mine
you
is
guys.
kind- is
The
mine
other
low?
thing I'm calling for is like, you know, the
High?
you know,
Low?
we want
You
committee
sound all right.
members
It's
to
just
join
background noise.
submissions, but then
Yeah,
we
okay.
we
I'll
display
move
acts
inside
that
some.
actually dissuade them. I'm, you know, confused as how, you know, we want people to be involved in like boards and commissions, but then, you know, our acts don't really add to it. I'm still waiting to hear back from certain boards, and I have, you know, asked to join. And I, you know, recently learned that a really amazing person isn't going to be reappointed to the Human Rights Commission. I've heard a lot of things from people calling my phone about these, and I really want the city and, you know, and the city manager and the mayor and all the city councilors to take that into consideration. Lastly, you know, our Worcester police, it's a hard job, right, to be a police. We get that. But the city,
We don't have to say that. We don't.
through
We don't have to say that.
through our city manager, that is his role to be able to work with the police department so that we have safety and security. I don't know what
15
people
seconds left.
I don't know what people are seeing, but what happened last week shouldn't have happened. And I'm calling, like everyone has called you and said, we need accountability. We need for our city manager to work with the city, with the police, so that ICE isn't in our city and that they're not raiding our city, because these are your citizens. These are your residents, mayor, and all the city councilors. These people belong to you. So please study. Which I
Just want to say. Just want to say.
I'm not upset. I'm just
I like
I'm trying
Rando
to tell
Pilgrim's
you
style.
guys to study all the ways
These
that
are
ICE
some good
is
comments.
is strategically in our city, and I will, you know, call, you know, to
They've got
share some things
they've
that
got a
I've
vibe to
seen
them.
and how they're impersonating cops as
Thank
well.
you.
They're impersonating cops and stopping people. So I'm gonna, you know, I'm done. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Cassidy.
Heather, we hear you and we
Cassidy
agree.
does.
Hi, Cassidy Does.
We're
Worcester
just
resident, speaking
very
on
dumb
9A.
at this,
I'll keep
and
this
we're
short.
trying to get better.
This event has shown that the police of Worcester lack empathy and will abide by ICE demands. The entirety of Worcester Police needs to be rebuilt from the ground up, because we're allowing rapists and bootlickers to enforce the power of the populace of
Hi,
Worcester,
Mokro.
and now they've aided in
Hi,
kidnapping
Mokro.
a woman and her mother.
Hey. She didn't say hi to you.
Yeah, she did.
If
She
you
did
wonder
second.
what you'd be doing in
Oh.
Nazi Germany,
I got my
um,
own hello.
look to what you did
Oh,
last
well, what the fuck?
You
Want
watched
me in
over
with
your
Brendan?
neighbors as they were
Give
taken.
Brian his
The
own
shame
hello?
you feel should be
The
felt
Listen, Bill,
against
I'm in the trenches.
Petty,
I'm
if
sending
you had the
I'm sending
capacity to
Molly
feel
Lord of the Rings
compassion, I
memes
think this
day
never
after
would
day
have
after
happened.
day.
It's become so obvious that
That's
your
the-
position
that's
is
the
more
bond that
important
has
to
been
you
forged
than your
between us.
constituents. It's
Yeah,
time for you
frickin'
to
just
step
try to
down.
call
Your
for my
time
aid
is
next
done.
time.
And also, the mob that's called the Worcester Police Department
You'll see what
needs to be
Rohan will fucking
disbanded.
do.
ACAB. And also, secondly, fuck you, John Snyder. I see the rest of my time.
Sick.
That was awesome.
You're so funny.
So, Mayor, next speaker is Atticus, correct?
I loved all that. John Snyder
Listening?
was an
Yeah, please state
actor
your name and city of
from
residence.
My name is Atticus. I'm a resident of Worcester.
Starsky and
Someone
Hutch, I
earlier
want to say.
tonight said that you needed to muzzle your damn dog, the dog being the Worcester Police. Not only do I agree with this, but I want to ask you something that a lot of us are asking ourselves right now. And I
You
want
can get
to listen
balloons
very
like on the
carefully.
streets around the DCU
How
Center
many
after like
times
Billy
are you going to
Strings
let a
or
dog bite you before you put it
like a
down?
Grateful Dead
I
band
can
like
see the
Dark Star
rest of my
Orchestra
time.
plays.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mayor, the next speaker is Marie. Can I meet the resident now?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Marie Brulette. I am a lifelong Worcester resident. I was
Oh
calling
no, he's in Dukes of
to
Hazzard.
speak
The guy I'm thinking
on
of.
item
right?
9A and also to the general conditions in Worcester.
Oh yeah, you guys
I
got
have a lot
you
of
guys.
friends in
You
different
guys got me.
cities across the country, and I've had friends in New York and friends in Chicago, friends on the West Coast who keep texting me and going, "Hey,
Who quoted Worcester
you're from
sucks?
Worcester, right? Did you see that you're in the news again?"
You guys
I
like
don't
when
know
I
what we're
when I
doing.
have to
What
read
are
the
we doing?
comments, you can just see my phone
I
going.
am so sad and disappointed in the way that the city is handling police
Oh,
issues,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
the way that they're handling
yeah,
and
yeah,
treating
yeah,
their
yeah.
residents. And I don't really know what appeals to make anymore. I've seen some of the smartest, most thoughtful, well-spoken people appeal to this council's morality. I've seen them try to speak
Really hard to
to
predict that based
rationality,
on the
to
car they
logic.
drove.
No matter what approach is taken, I don't see any changes. I see the same excuses. I see the
Listen,
same
that car was just about
nonsensical
state
arguments
rights.
over and over. I see the same just absolute disregard and flippancy. I see ridiculous excuses made, like blaming a 16-year-old for endangering a child, forgetting that she is a child herself, and she was put in danger by the Worcester Police Department, who slammed her onto the ground, held her face into pavement. We have been in the news
A
for a
little after
DOJ
7:30.
investigation.
Yeah.
Dude,
that
Eric,
was
that's so sick.
They'll extend
sort
it.
of waved off as, at worst, the Biden administration, implying it doesn't matter, and less egregious but still disappointing, suggesting that because the report didn't specify individual officers who were guilty, it somehow wasn't legitimate.
You have
I don't
15
really know
seconds left.
what. Sorry?
You have 15 seconds left.
I don't really know what's
Reclaiming
left.
my
An appeal
time.
to emotion hasn't worked. An appeal to logic hasn't worked. Maybe an appeal to marketing works. This is bad optics. For a city that wants to grow, for a city that wants to bring in new people, do you think people want to live here if they're scared and if they don't trust the police? I don't think so. So maybe that'll be enough. I don't know. But I really encourage you guys to step it up. Some of the counselors have done an amazing
Dude,
job.
Rando Pilgrim
I
again.
encourage the
Just
rest of you to follow
fucking
suit because this
these
is absolutely
poetic ass
outrageous.
big comments. I'm loving it. They're very thoughtful.
The next speaker is Lee. Can I meet the resident now?
The
Hi, can you hear me?
prediction
Yes, please state your name and city of
of
residence.
whether or not Joe
My
Petty
name
will
is
be a
Leah
cuck was
Baresi. I'm a Worcester
100%
resident
yes.
and a medical student here, so
And
therefore a
I
local
agree.
healthcare worker commenting on 9A. Like our police, I've chosen a career of protection of and service to my community. I don't get to, nor would I ever want to, choose who receives my care. Anything less than top and equal treatment of each patient would be immoral, cruel, unethical, and inhumane. Unfortunately, I don't believe I can say the same thing about our Worcester police, especially after what we witnessed last Thursday on Eureka Street. My husband and I recently needed to file a police report for identity theft. I had to wait for my white husband to be home with me to do this, as I feared for my safety alone in my home with WPD as a Puerto Rican woman. Clearly, I'm not alone in this fear and distrust. We demand accountability and actual changes to policing policy to protect every member of our community equally. An excellent first step would be to follow through on the promise of not cooperating with ICE, who are operating outside of the law, as we saw on Thursday. Finally, as a survivor of sexual assault, I'm horrified by your lack of action on accusations of sexual violence at the hands of the WPD. Action and accountability are desperately needed. We should all be deeply ashamed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie Gibson. Natalie, can you hear us? Natalie, can you hear us? Okay, not hearing from Natalie. I think it's a microphone issue. We're going to move on to the next speaker. The next one is Fiona. She's going to be the resident now.
Hi, this is Fiona Jatan Singh, a Worcester resident. I'm also speaking on 9A. I wasn't there in person, but I saw many different videos of what happened on Eureka Street from many different perspectives. And aside from a mother being ripped from her family and the daughter that was slammed to the ground by the police, I was appalled at how Attell was treated. She did not put her hands on any officer, but I saw not only the ICE officers pushing her, shoving her, I saw when the police came, them also pushing and shoving her. She never once put her hands up. And then to read the statement that came out on the Worcester City website, the page, and then the city manager's response, it was all lies. From what I saw from many different perspectives of video, it was lies after lies about the police coming to keep the peace. That was the opposite of what the police did. And then for them to accuse Attell of putting her hands on cops or trying to endanger the police, that was the opposite of what happened. And then for the city manager to endorse what the police said was even more sickening, because that was lies on top of lies, and then lies being endorsed, and then lies going on the news, and then lies hearing on the radio about what happened after we saw with our own eyes what happened on all the videos that were published online.
Yeah.
So that was very sickening to see that not only the police are falsifying what happened and charging a child with operating to endangerment when they're the ones trying to run over her with the car. If I tried to run over somebody with the car, I would be charged with operating to endangerment. So I don't know why the police themselves weren't charged with that, or ICE themselves, whoever was driving that car that was trying to run over the people should be charged with operating to endangerment, not the child standing in front of a car. So that is some backwards thinking that our city has, and I'm very sickened by what has happened. Not only do people not feel safe in the city.
15 seconds left.
I just came from a meeting with the superintendent, and it was talking about anti-bullying, and they said if bullying happened outside of school, you should notify the police. And I raised my hand and said, what happens if the police are the bullies? Like, who's going to really want to report to the police when they are the bullies of the city?
Fuck yeah,
Nobody feels safe in the
Fiona.
city
Oh my
with what
God,
we've seen
this
happen on Thursday.
Your time is up.
Oh, that was the best. That was so good.
Did
she
I
get
think
her-
It's been over an hour.
Motion to suspend the rules,
Kate.
Mr. Chairman.
Shut up, Kate. You suck so bad.
I don't like hearing all these people talk ill of our police.
They would never say this on Law and Order.
We have like 15 people left here.
Motion to suspend the rules to add additional time, Mr. Chairman. We recognize my motion.
Should we have a roll call on that, please?
Yep. So 15 will be about a half hour.
Yeah, another
Okay, she
30
got her
minutes.
signatures in. Great.
30 minutes.
Yeah, perfect.
Mr. Chairman, is it my motion or is it someone else's?
I move to amend it.
Okay. I would move to amend, Mr. Chairman, his motion that we allow the folks on the call to have their opportunity to speak at least once. Thank you.
Think about half hour.
Only once.
Roll call.
Christian didn't say anything about time.
Motion to allow all residents to speak. Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merle Carlson?
Trying to silence y'all.
What fucking
Merle Carlson?
cowards?
Are we taking Councilor King's motion first or Councilor Russell's?
Councilor King's motion first.
I would say, so on Councilor King's, no.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor
The
Basillo?
George's identical
Yes.
motion. Yes.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. On Councilor Russell's motion for half hour.
Councilor Bergman?
Oh my God.
No.
Bergman?
That's a no.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor GA?
Yep.
Councilor King?
Absolutely.
Councilor Merle Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
So just to be
Two
clear,
minutes.
Yes.
they already said they have
Mayor
15
Petty.
people on hold.
Yes.
They get 2
Yes.
minutes each.
For 30 minutes.
Exactly
Mr. Mayor,
30
we'll
minutes.
continue.
Yeah.
Kenny
So
said
Deanna's all set. We'll
no
move
to
on the
Christian's
next-
thing.
Excuse
It's the
me, Mr.
exact
Chair.
same thing
Yep.
as George's thing.
Through you to the clerk, could we keep our screens on so people can see? That seems to be, it's coming up a few times.
And people can't see you?
They can't see us. I don't think they can see us on their Zoom.
So, Mr. Chairman, because it's a Zoom meeting, unless you're speaking, you won't be displayed.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you put up the
So
screensaver
basically, it
over
goes on the
everything,
speaker.
then
In this case,
no
Cable
one sees
Services
anything.
was running public participation with the clerk's office. But when the council starts presenting and discussing, that's when the residents will see you. It's very different when it's in person.
Okay.
It's not true, Nico. You could leave this screen up,
So
and
we have
there,
both few
the
people
caller's
left,
view will be
and
the
with
biggest.
Daniel
The top
DeMassa,
line will
we'll
stay the
start with
same.
Jay, I'm not sure the name. Sherman, is it? Go ahead.
Jay
But you
Sherman,
put the
can you
overlay
please say
over
your
it,
name and city
and that's
residence?
there you go. They switched to the fucking overlay.
Listen, not everyone are stream like really high tech
My
stream
name is
professionals
Janice
like us.
Sherman, and I'm a resident of
You know what?
Worcester
Let's get Heather down there
for
and fix
30
this shit.
years, and an illegal immigrant since the 1630s when my family first came over.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
speaking on item 9A. We need to fight domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism committed by ICE, by the police, by Congress, and by the current administration. You made a promise to make Worcester a sanctuary city. You all took a pledge to support the Constitution, and you just took the Pledge of Allegiance. Act on those pledges and demand due process and ensure that the Worcester Police Department do not assist ICE.
It's a day that
We are
ends in
not
Y.
asking you, we are telling you. Thank you.
The next calling user is Mady Morales. I'm muting the resident now.
Hey.
Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling on.
Good evening, Mayday Morales, City of Worcester. I'd like to speak on 8A and 9A. 8A sounds like a conflict of interest to me when you assign people who have direct connections to the Worcester PD.
Thank you.
Please note,
So
community,
bullshit.
please
Do
note
people know
bullshit.
that? They're
that who did not
Yeah,
want to
Father
hear what
Slavinkus,
community
the
had to
police
say when we
chaplain,
just took that vote.
replacing Alan Shenley.
I
replacing
am
as
a
the head of the.
proud District
Well,
5
no, they
resident and
Right,
having the
they
elect-
vote
candidate
for that.
herself.
Yeah, yeah.
But as a
Councilor
member.
Adia, as my city councilor, makes me extremely happy. Vice Chair King, thank you so much for your support and showing up. 9A, the DOJ reports
Not one Nazi on the line
findings
so far.
say
Like, where's
that
Colleen
the
West
Worcester
at?
Police Department was depriving people
Just
of their
yeah,
rights.
just that one
Worcester
guy
Police used
being scared to say that we should both sides.
Officers rapidly
ICE.
escalated minor incidents by using more force than necessary and racially discriminatory policing. If you were denying that any of these things were happening in the city of Worcester, all you need to do today is look at Eureka Street on Thursday, May 8th. I want you to tell me how 4 police slamming a child to the ground as she is distraught about witnessing her mother's kidnapping is not excessive. Chief Saucier said Worcester Police Department does not get involved with ICE and does not support their work. Let's get the videotape on that. Show me the police recordings on their cameras. Someone asked today, what do we need to do? We need to vote you out of community. Community out of your positions. Community, remember November 8th is right around the corner. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
So sick.
Mr. Mayor, the next calling user is Lucas. Let me try and meet the resident now.
Yeah, all the cops who were going to show up, which is the real reason why they canceled the meeting. They don't know how to use Zoom. What do you want me to just sit on my computer?
My name is Lucas Moselle. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm speaking on 9A. I'm going to make this quick. I think everyone said what I wanted to say, but I wanted to speak because my father was a police officer for 15 years. but I was also an undocumented immigrant for most of my life. So I feel like I have two perspectives here. In spite of being a recent arrival to Worcester,
This is weird. This is weird.
My father
but I
always
like it.
believed that the community's needs came before the laws of the federal government. He never trusted the government. He knew that when morality dictated caring for your neighbors, the true meaning of protect and serve would show itself. That the Constitution is for everyone, including non-citizens.
Man, this guy's
This is
dad is
not a
confused
problem
about
with
what the
one
cops
side
are.
of the aisle. These are masked men without warrants, unable to provide proof of what they're doing. If you want trust from your community, start by giving us a reason to trust you. You broke that trust with me and our community of all people. I just wanted to say that and leave it there. Thank you.
Next speaker is Javier. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hello?
Hi, Javier. Please state your name and city of residence. I'll leave you call him on.
Gotcha. Javier Melendez, proud resident of District 5 here in Worcester. I'm going to be brief, knowing that there's so many people on this call who have not gotten to speak,
she's
and I'm
texting the
sure
cops.
so many people on this call will not get a chance to speak because you chose to cower today instead of listen to your constituents and what they have to say truthfully and see the people of Worcester and what they truly value. I'm going to cede my time so that more people get to speak, but you should be ashamed for limiting public speech and public discourse in this way.
Thank you. Next speaker, Echo. Trying to meet the resident now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Echo Louisant. I am from the city of Worcester. I am calling in today and I am speaking mostly on behalf of the numerous youth who contacted me in tears after the Eureka incident, asking me if they were safe, asking me if their friends were safe, if their friends' families were safe. Many of my youth were scared to leave their homes. They were scared to go to school. And I'm asking you to put yourself in their positions. As parents, we tell our daughters, we tell our children, don't answer the door if they can't provide proof. If a masked man comes to the door, we as adults don't answer the door for our own safety. If our daughters are driving down the street on a dark road and they call and they say, "Dad, I'm being followed and there's a masked man behind me," what do we tell them? Call 911, continue driving until you get to a lit area, until there's safety, until they can be identified. Yet in the city of Worcester, we're allowing masked tyrants to run around unidentified, calling themselves the law, without showing
Mo
proof
back in his
of
car?
that. And we're expecting citizens.
It looks like he's in an office.
Females,
But it's
and
definitely on his
youth
phone.
to
I knew he
yield
was
to that.
earlier, but
And I'd like to know why. Because we would not want our children, our wives, our mothers, our grandmothers, our grandfathers.
I think it's a little insulting that like Donna
to
and
yield
George don't
to
have
that
camera on.
type of behavior. So I'm asking the city of Worcester to come up with a set of standards that don't cause fear to our youth and to their families, and to cause us to settle for standards that we wouldn't settle for within our own families, regardless of their status. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Richard. Trying to meet the resident now.
Richard Cipro.
Richard, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my name's Richard Klein. I'm a resident of Worcester.
Could be Richard Cipro.
and,
He's
yeah,
currently
I'm
texting with Kate.
speaking regarding the incident at Eureka Street last week. I just want to say, if the police were just ensuring the safety
Whoa,
of
it's
the
Molly's
ICE
uncle?
agents, they would have separated the parties and made sure they got out of there safely. What they did is aiding and abetting the abduction. So let's just be honest about that, please. And I cede the rest
Based
of my
uncle.
time.
That is not the uncle energy we are
Next
accustomed
speaker is
to.
Yanni Jarosh.
Yeah, Andrew, he moves in the
Hi,
same.
can the residents? Yep, go ahead.
Hi, Yanni DeRoche.
He's a real
I
G.
am calling in for
Andrew
a number
floats
of
around
items.
social circles like a
First
beautiful
one
little
is
butterfly.
Wait,
8.2B.
Molly,
I want
what?
to thank you for appointing Joe Johnson to the
Can't even
Urban
into this
Forestry
right now.
Commission.
We're gonna have to
I
talk about
really
that another
hope
time.
that you will take that a little bit step further and also listen to him on his knowledge and expertise in the treatment and management of Japanese knotweed that is taking over our city, and it is taking over our
Finally,
waterways. It is choking
someone
our streams. We need to have a management plan for that to help manage it and hopefully at some point eradicate it. I also want to echo what Mighty Morales said about the appointment of the police
only a
chaplain
member
to
of the
Human
commenters
Rights
union
Commission.
could,
I
in
think
this
that is a
charged political
conflict of
moment,
interest.
articulately
I
speak
am
about
not
Japanese
going to belabor the
knotweed.
point
That's
over
awesome.
9A
Your
because
Ox.
so much of what has been said already, but I would really like it for the city to have the police, instead of doing what they did, de-escalate the situation, which is what they were there for. They should have asked them for the warrant. They should have asked them for ID, neither of which they were able to produce. They should have made sure that they were there legally, doing what they were doing legally according to the federal government, regardless of how horrible that is. I also really wish that they would pay attention to the fact that they baited her
Call
and
him
pulled
a
her
cuck.
out of her home illegally
Oh, this is
by
this is great.
threatening her children and forcing her to come out of her home to collect the baby because they said they couldn't leave the baby with the minor. Instead of that, they escalated the situation and it was terrifying to watch. Please make change.
To the Japanese knotweed.
You forgot to cuck Joe.
Please make a change. Please eradicate this Japanese knotweed.
Hello, can you hear me?
In many ways, the municipal police department is like a
Hi,
Japanese
my name is Brent. I live in
knotweed.
Worcester. I'm speaking on 9A.
In that
Tonight,
it's
we've heard a
impossible
ton
to
of statements
disentangle from
pleading
the
for this
form.
council to recognize humanity, to recognize common sense, and meaningful change in response to Eureka Street. Unfortunately, if you've been to enough of these meetings, you know that a majority of these councilors are not actually listening to these pleas and statements. A few of them actually voted to ignore these last few testimonies. That's because a majority of councilors are not going to do what must be done to stand up to the next 4 years of
Brett,
abductions and
call
police brutality.
Joe a
Some of
cuck.
them are doing that work. I commend
Call
those who are,
Joe
but not
a
a
cuck.
majority of this council, and we need a majority. The best thing we can do to change how our community responds to the abduction of mothers and the violent arrests of 16-year-old girls is to show up on Tuesday, November 4th this year and fire the councilors complicit in the systemic violence of ICE and the WPD. I encourage everyone on this call to make a plan to vote, find out which incumbent councilors are on your ballot, and find out whether they are actually interested in keeping the people of this city safe from a violent federal government. It's not hard to find out. And if the councilors representing you are not interested in keeping people safe, and I promise you a majority of those running for re-election are not, I encourage you to do your civic duty and vote them out. We need to accept resignations, not platitudes, not so-called leaders cowering behind Zoom meetings they don't even know how to use. This is one of the biggest ways we will change anything at all. I yield any remaining time.
Yes, to own that shit.
Oh my God, come on, Brett.
The next speaker is Angela. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Angela,
Hi,
Angie.
my name is Angela. I live in
friend.
Worcester. I'm speaking on 9A.
Jeez.
We see that
I'll
you are
just take a
willing to
cup.
protect yourself by making this meeting virtual, but council members, you are not protecting us. A vast majority of you are not protecting us. This is a shameful council that continues to back police who have been accused, actually, who have been convicted and proven that they have been raping homeless women in the cells. And that is only just one of the many horrendous things they have done. We as citizens know the horror and complete lack of care the police have for our citizens. I want everyone to know that Roseanne Ferreira de Oliveira is being held at Wyatt Detention Center in Central Falls, Rhode Island. Let her go. We demand the release of all those taken by ICE, and we demand the release of those who stood up in the streets and defended them. Let her go, let them all go, or we will come and get them. I yield the rest of my fucking time.
Angela, that was great. I really need you to
The
call Joe
next
Petty a cook.
speaker is Caden Davis.
Oh, come on, Caden.
Let's go.
Cock
Caden?
Joe Petty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Caden,
Yes, please
please.
state your name and city of residence and the
Begging you,
item you're
dog.
calling on.
I'm
Okay.
voting for
Hello,
you. I
Caden
canvassed
Davis.
for you.
I'm calling on several items.
Call Joe Petty a cock.
Sorry, resident of Worcester. Calling on several items. The first being 9A. I find it quite insulting that the city manager and the police department can so boldly lie through their teeth to an entire city, despite countless eyewitnesses and video evidence. It's 2025. Things are going to be recorded, and as much as you would like to double down on your version of
Oh, looks
events,
like he's melting.
we know what happened, and we'll continue to elevate that. Because
Genuinely looks like
we
he's
know that we
asleep.
need to
I'm
rely
trying to
on
figure
each
that
other.
out.
We cannot rely on these systems.
I think he has
That's
his
very
eyes
clear.
closed.
I would also like to note the hypocrisy in this council closing City Hall and doing a remote meeting tonight, when previously several councilors and community members tried to suspend the ability to participate remotely. And now, when it is convenient, when there is a quote unquote safety incident, now it's okay. So I would just like to highlight that. And then lastly, I would like to note that none of this
I
is
donated
about
by
safety.
convincing my
None
girlfriend
of
to
what
donate.
occurred on Eureka Street is about safety. What happened tonight with the council being moved to a remote only, that's not about safety. If anything, our community needs to be protected from the police. We are not safe and safer because of them. We are more in danger because of them.
I made a
And I would like you
non-financial
all
donation.
to take that into deep consideration
Donation
as we
kind.
move forward.
Yeah, I made an in-kind donation.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarai Rivera. Please state
here
your
we
name and
go.
city of residence.
Whoa. How are we not getting a Sarai weird background right now?
She's muted.
Oh, come on,
Forget how this
Sarai.
fucking works, Sarai? It's only been
feet
2
picks
years.
now. Feet picks now. You guys remember Sarai's feet? Oh my god.
Well, hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Let's go, Sarai.
Can you
Let's
hear me?
fucking go, baby.
Okay. This is the Reverend Dr. Sarai Rivera from Worcester, Massachusetts. I'd like to read a statement on the urgent need for a policy response from the city administration regarding ICE activity and community safety. As a concerned resident and faith-based leader of Worcester, I'm making a direct and urgent appeal to the city administration as well to the city council to develop and implement a clear, transparent, and humane policy that prioritizes the safety, dignity, and legal rights of every person in our city, regardless of immigration status. We call for the following: as immigration and customs enforcement, ICE activity increases in our community, serious concerns have emerged about the treatment of residents for the use of force and the legal authority under which actions are being carried out. We're not asking for the Worcester PD or the city administration to violate any law. We are asking that they uphold the law ethically, legally, and transparently. Our ask in our community are rooted in justice and in the shared responsibility to care for the people of this city and protect residents from unlawful detainment, aggression, and trauma. Specifically, I ask, one, clarification on Worcester PD's role in ICE activity. Worcester PD must publicly clarify its policy regarding cooperation with ICE. Are ICE agents presenting valid judicial warrants? Are residents being treated with physical dignity and respect during interactions? Are they being aggressively handled? The community deserves transparency. The community needs to feel that their safety is at utmost priority. Number 2, development of a crisis team and trauma response strategy. We urge the City of Worcester to collaborate with the Department of Public Health, as well as the Worcester PD and others involved to create and support the following: a crisis intervention team to respond to emergencies involving mental health and immigration-related trauma, a de-escalation team trained to handle tense situations without violence or aggression, a trauma response team to support families and individuals impacted by sudden detention and ICE actions. Number 3, officer training accountability. Worcester PD must ensure that all officers are trained and equipped with knowledge about what they can and cannot do under the law, particularly in relation to immigration enforcement. Respect for constitutional right and human dignity must be standard, not the exception. And finally, support for affected families. We call for a city-led effort in partnership with local foundation and community organization to establish a fund that provides emergency financial and legal support to families who have been impacted by unlawful and traumatic detention. Families are being left without providers, children without parents. This is a humanitarian crisis. I asked the city administration, the city manager, along with the city council, to form a coalition, community residents, city department, immigration, faith-based organization, communities. This coalition will help evaluate protocol, especially those related to interaction with ICE, ensuring that local process prioritize safety, transparency, and dignity. Regular feedback with all gathered to reassure needs, improve procedures, and maintain accountability across the board. I close with this last sentence. The safety of Worcester residents is not just about enforcement. It's about justice, compassion, and lawful governance. Our city must lead with integrity. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for our laws and values to be upheld. It is time for Worcester to act boldly, responsibly, and in the best interest of all who call this city home. Thank you.
4.5. 5. That's so sick.
Next is Walter.
It's like being held in a warm embrace.
Hi, Mr. Sarai.
Hi, can you hear me?
Dr. Referee.
Say your name and city residence.
Sure.
No one has
Walter
called
Bird,
Joe a
from the
cuck
city
yet.
of
No,
Worcester.
Walter Bird.
I want to say an individual tonight said that the Worcester police should not have responded when ICE called. And I shudder to think what might have happened had they not, because of the atmosphere that existed at that moment. But that individual is wrong about another claim. Police did receive calls from residents at the scene, including one who was instructed to do so by a city councilor. It's on camera. And I agree, WPD should have been called. Now, like many, I was upset with what I saw. Seeing a young girl on the ground was disturbing. And here's the thing. Right now, whether we agree or not, there are laws in place. Saying they don't exist doesn't make it so. ICE is not required to produce a warrant in a public space. That is not discussable. It's a fact. That's the law. And I don't know that I agree with it. Should WPD have asked for a warrant? I'm not sure whether they're allowed to or not. But either way, ICE is not required to produce a warrant in a public space. And it seems tonight we're being told to pick and choose which laws to defend and which laws to enforce. I'm saddened by the veiled and not so veiled threats that have been taking place tonight, and I certainly hope the council and police are taking note of it. I'm trying to keep my emotions in check, unlike many of the others who call
Cry, you fucking bitch.
And I bet I actually agree with some of them on some of the issues. I also believe there are ways to fight for what we want and ways not to. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying I wouldn't have reacted aggressively if my mother was being taken away from me. But I also know
forget that
if we do
Walter
not
sounds
aggressively
exactly like
respect
Fred
those laws,
Nathan.
even the ones we vehemently disagree with, we have chaos and anarchy. And anyone who thinks that that is preferable to the system we have now is delusional. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for the job you do and for
Oink,
allowing me to
oink.
speak tonight.
Get the fuck out of here, Walter.
We're going to go back to Natalie Gibson. Hopefully the microphone works this time. Natalie, can you hear
Oh,
us?
God. Why do the cranks always get to go last?
Natalie? Okay, I think Natalie dropped off. So the next one is Lynn. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Lynn Key. I'm a brand new resident of the city of Worcester. I've worked here for 6 months, and I came up in Northridge, right down 146.
Oh, God.
Although I've only recently gotten an apartment here, I've been paying very close attention to this situation for the past several years. That's due to the fact that I'm planning to start an organization to help addicts with trauma recover from both. Unfortunately, watching things play out since the DOJ report was released in December has left me disheartened and disappointed. See, my sister passed away of an overdose in 2023, and my father is both a U.S. Army veteran who served in combat in Iraq and a former fire chief. He has been watching alongside me, and I'm speaking directly to Chief Paul Saucier when I say this. I base everything I know about good leadership off of what I watched my father do coming up, just as he did with his father. And I can see from my experience with people in public service, sir, that you are a good man who wants to do good in this community. I believe that you can create change. I also believe that the events that occurred on Thursday and the events that occurred back in December at the city council meeting regarding the DOJ report show that you have a long way to go when it comes to being trauma informed. The fact that Thomas Duffy has been allowed to speak the way he has about the victims of these crimes is disgusting to me. And I know that you are limited in certain ways. I do. And City Manager Batista, I would ask you to release any ways you're limiting Chief Saucier so that he can do the good he needs to do and get these guys more trauma informed, prevent situations like the other day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. The next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Natalie, can you hear us?
Really wants to get Natalie on the line.
I wonder why.
All right, we're going to move on at this point. The next one is Daniel.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Daniel,
Okay,
call
thank
Joe
you.
a cuck.
My name is Daniel DeMassa. I'm a resident of Worcester.
Please call
I'm a professor of German at WPI. I want to
Please call him a cuck in German.
comments. A moment ago, Walter said that we need to follow the laws. I understand the point.
Just gonna stop you.
But again, as someone who's studied fascism, what I can tell you is that the men who perpetrated the Holocaust followed the laws. We can't keep defending terroristic behavior and defending it on the basis that it is legal. I want to single out Attell for special thanks. I'm a resident in her district, and I cannot believe how courageous she is.
Oh, can't flip. He's melting.
Along with the women who huddled with her and prayed when the ICE agents arrived. I saw a video of this, and I sent it to my mother, who's a devout Catholic who prays the rosary every day. I saw these women praying Hail Marys. My mother was amazed by this show of courage, but my mother's response when she saw the police arrive was to say, there's no way those police can get away behaving like that. But my mom doesn't know Worcester the way that I do. She lives in Ohio. And so I've seen this go on for years and years. And I don't expect council to do anything because I've been in these meetings too many times. And I want to call the attention of any residents who are still here to Donna Colorio and Mo Bergman, who voted not to allow us to speak in this last half hour.
Daniel, you're our friend, Daniel. Please, please, please tell us the German for cuck.
Behavior that we as constituents after this episode are being told that our voices don't matter. We're going to organize and we're going to unseat those representatives who are not representing us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
He had one
Next calling user is News Talk New England.
Nico.
Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Good evening. It's Tiffany Williams, actually. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just got back to my hotel from the Vigil of Valor in D.C. And I want to speak up and just show my support for Worcester PD.
What? Oh, Jesus.
I understand the passion of the District 5 City Councilor, why she went out there, but, you know, sometimes you got to go back and do some things because it might incite other things. I think I remember years ago we had the race dialogues conversation in Worcester. I think Councilor King, what he did on Monday or last week. We kind of need to bring that back together and have more conversations like that with Worcester PD and the
Yeah, let's bring back the thing that didn't work.
There's a lot of great things that Worcester PD does in Worcester that get overshadowed by some things that are coming out of Washington, D.C. I may not agree with what comes out of Washington, D.C., but there's also, like Walter Bird said, there's laws and stuff like that. Worcester PD had to respond, but Worcester PD cannot impede, obstruct a federal investigation or federal operation.
How do they know it was?
To kind of bring peace back to that neighborhood. So with that, that's all.
So, Mayor, the next speaker is John Williams.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
This has been longer than a
John
half hour
Williams
now.
From Worcester.
Oh boy.
No, you're not.
End it.
I
He just said
wanted
it
to
wrong.
say
End it.
that It seems to me
That's the test, Nico.
that Tom Homan said he was bringing hell to Massachusetts. And I know of no
This is a Nazi. This is a Nazi.
laws,
Stop.
no legal laws.
Shut it off. This is literally a Nazi.
begin or end with bringing hell. This is after a president was elected.
This is an AI.
declaring that he would be.
No, this is
his
the
base's
composer, famous composer John
retribution.
Williams. This is what he
It's pretty
sounds like.
clear to me
Yeah,
that
it sounds like AI.
Massachusetts is simply being targeted.
This is an
simply
AI.
being
This is an AI.
maliciously
Nico,
targeted.
shut this off.
For
It's
no
fucking AI.
other reason than whim and to make a point
What?
with a face.
No other reason than whim.
If Tom Homan wants to bring hell to Massachusetts,
I hope
think
this is our last caller. I really do.
our leaders need to start making a choice, need to decide whose hell
All right.
Whose
Imagine this is how we find out that
they're
there's
on.
the AGI has been
are
achieved,
they on the side of the residents
and the first thing it
voted
does is
them into
call
office, or are
Worcester.
they on the side of those that would harass, terrorize, oppress, and menace
Dude, Nico.
those people who
Nico.
voted for those leaders?
Cut this off.
I cede my time.
I gotta say, whoever that was, that AI voice sounds exactly like Crafty Matt.
So good.
The name at the start was. I don't
am a
know.
resident of Worcester. I have been here for the last 7 years. And I'd like to say America is at a crossroads. We have a decision, tyranny or democracy. The America that I was raised in to know, that I learned in the very education that this state, that America was born here, but it was not perfect. We were born on the ideas of equality, liberty, freedom, and choice. That choice was only
Dude, I hate
afforded to a
America
few
so
of us.
much.
I think we
But
can
through
hard
hard
those to
struggle
Nazi.
together for hundreds of years, we've held this union together. with
America is
these
the
ideas.
dumbest place in the fucking
All of
world.
our ancestors are immigrants on stolen land. This is a truth that is inescapable. But here we find ourselves in, we find people in places up high wanting to erase this history, wanting to erase us. Today, we see people seeking sanctuary in a land for a cause that I think is right and worthwhile. I think the harassment that drove councilperson through to be scared for their well-being is appalling and echoes to the times where lies would lead to boys' bodies being burned on poles. I believe we stand at a crossroads at such a time and would like the city to act and protect the residents. I see my time.
Good job, kid.
Mr. Mayor, the last calling user is James. Please say your name and city of residence.
Yeah.
Doug, I'm so jealous.
James, can you hear us?
I want nothing but to leave this place.
Not being able to hear
Maron.
from James, I think it's an issue. That's the last calling user.
Mr. Chairman, it's a point of clarification.
Joe, wake up. Somebody give Joe some pudding. Let's go.
Just asking, is that the last person with their hand up, or is that the last person at the end of 30 minutes?
No, it's the last person at the hand.
Okay.
We have Natalie Gibson, but we tried 3 times, I think.
Oh, George.
George is buttoning his
Damn.
shirt. That's not fair.
George is in a fucking panic room.
Mr. Chairman, you can continue the meeting.
Okay. I just want to thank Avery for coming out. Maybe we can go to 9A. I think the council wants a discussion on this. Is that right?
I don't know if I can handle this part.
Okay. So on 9A, and that was held last week, people were discussing that item. You know, I just feel it's critical that what's going on in our city, that we discuss these issues. I've also been really taking a lot of pride in Worcester being a welcome city. But what ICE did has
Jerry, you gotta
changed
switch to a different screen, dog. Sit down from the
I
chair.
describe what had transpired from last week is troubling, and horrific. What ICE did to our community was devastating.
Troublesome. That's got to go in the mix,
It made
Bill.
people even more scared.
Yeah.
People who just want to live here in Worcester and be safe. And they show up in masks. They divide this community. I think that one of the callers earlier mentioned, no, we got to work and we got to work together.
Work together.
In order to fight this.
What does that mean, Joe?
People are traumatized.
So fucking disingenuous.
No question about it.
What does that mean, Joe?
But people have the right to due process. The right is enshrined in the 14th Amendment of our Constitution, and the rights we hold so dear to American values. It's paramount that we remember everyone has a right to due process. While I do not want criminals running our streets, everyone deserves their day in court.
Oh my God,
We
I
must
am
remember
going
that.
to fucking.
People
I am
need
going
have due
to.
process. People do not need to be hauled away, kidnapped. This isn't happening in Worcester. I think it happened in Waltham. Was that today or yesterday? Where
Guys, this happened in another town with a W in the name. Can you believe that?
You know, the Worcester Police Department was called to a very chaotic scene by multiple parties, is my understanding.
Yeah, you weren't fucking there. You haven't watched these videos. Shut the
And they were
fuck up.
not called to assist ICE. The Worcester Police
Yes, they were. The first call was for ICE.
Them doing their jobs. And that's what. And I just want to read something. You know, the governor had put this out. Just to read this.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, he's gonna read the governor's statement.
There was a big crowd there, and eventually the Worcester PD was called to help
Yeah,
address what was going on.
use the account from
Someone in the
someone even
crowd,
further away
law
from the
enforcement.
situation. You fucking dink.
You cannot do that. He always said that Massachusetts law is clear that the police are not allowed to assist ICE when it comes to
Yeah, but
apprehending, detaining
What
people with
is
enforcement
what they did, but besides
But
assist
assisting
ICE?
ICE and crowd
It was
control are
assisting.
two different
Material
things.
support, Joe.
What I
What the
understand
fuck
about yesterday
else
is that
did
the
they
Worcester
do
Police
besides assist
was
ICE?
called to the scene in response because there was a big crowd and things went from there. And I like to acknowledge too that the optics of the
Dude, that's-
17-year-old was horrific, no question about that.
Gonna look so bad
The
when they
optics was
realize.
horrific. How about the
In-
act was
in
horrific?
the
Joe?
2017
When Joe
White
realizes
versus
that ICE
Commonwealth
called
decision,
before.
I just want people to know this, that
Never
mandates
mind.
Worcester Police
You guys will
not
read about it.
coordinate with ICE for civil detainers. Furthermore, I have filed an order to create a policy, and look at the protocols, as was mentioned, I think Councilor Rivera brought up, a couple other people. We already
Not
have an
Counselor.
understanding what the police department can do when it comes to dealing with ICE. I would this will not be their only time in our city, as we all know. They'll be coming in our city on a regular basis. And not just our city, but a bunch of cities in Massachusetts, as we've seen in the news, I think, every day. So I take this seriously. I think the Worcester Police Department went to the scene. We're trying to calm things down. And this is why we need to have a policy and protocols on how we interact and with the ICE when they're in here. So we know exactly, so the public knows what the responsibilities of the Worcester PD are.
People that
the
like the
elected
Columbus
officials,
statue.
And
Joe, blink
community.
twice. Tom Duffy's
so
blinking
there
a
is
rose
no
light your head off
mistakes
camera.
that people know. And due process is so important. And lack of information is awful. I think with the lady said tonight, she's in Rhode Island, the mother. And that took several days to get out. And
Calm things down is so crazy. That's
Again?
awesome, dude.
Yeah.
What a-
And we should know, what is the issue in warrants? So I've asked the manager, I filed some orders, but what the motion, what is, we've heard different things tonight. My understanding is you have to show a warrant. If that's not right, then let us know. We get a report on that, along with the whole incident. We get a report on the incident and that occurred here in Worcester, and also a report on coordinating a policy with community input. So we need to discuss. We definitely need a discussion with the community, Mr. Manager. Maybe we can organize that, but on this issue and how we proceed forward. Thank you. Councilor King.
Is Eric even on tonight?
Yeah, I saw him earlier. Pop up for a minute.
So ICE doesn't need a
you
warrant
hear
in
us?
public spaces if they can prove probable
You're on
cause.
mute, Christian, I think.
Okay.
They also
They didn't prove
identify
probable
themselves.
cause. They just said to the woman, "You know what you did."
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they could prove probable cause.
You know, I personally have been part and parcel to threats. I know others have as well.
Why is this
including
camera
bomb threats,
behind like
including,
a chain link
called
fence or a
N-word,
computer screen? What is happening to half his?
Christian, you were so close, brother. Like you got so close to a good
this
angle.
matter that occurred on Eureka Street. That being said, I'm here at City Hall. I did not support shutting down. I did not. Someone's unmuted. I don't know who it is.
Be the mayor.
I did not support shutting down the People's City Hall. I believe that sends the wrong message. I think it's a weak move, and I think it's weak leadership, Mr. Chairman. That being said, you know, this is something that I want to make a few motions on as well. One is, and I've called for this already, a report outlining not simply what happened, but the scope and scale and measure of the city's response as relates to its current operational procedures, Mr. Chairman. In addition to that, I'd like to make a motion requesting the release of all body cam footage related to this matter. Further, before my time runs out, I'd like to make a motion that we have a social worker clinical response to any matter pertaining to
Kate is watching our show. Hi, Kate.
Pertaining to children and families. You know, I don't know who was on.
Kate, unblock me on Twitter.
Kate Toomey's watching this?
Look at her. CIT.
Kate Toomey, you're watching this shit?
We'll get to that later. So that's
somebody go on the Zoom and
like
zoom in on her glasses. I bet you can see the reflection of our show.
Of social
Kate,
workers and clinicians
if you're listening to this,
in these trauma matters.
unblock me on Twitter. We used to have so much fun.
Everyone in the chat, just comment, unblock us, Kate. Unblock us, Kate.
Also, to attempt to determine if the warrant or the person they're seeking is actually the person that's being taken away. We may be limited there, but it doesn't mean we can't attempt to do that. Mr. Chairman, these things are certainly important. We have men responding in masks, not identifying themselves. And, you know, according to some of the research I've done, this isn't just happening here. We actually have people impersonating, as was mentioned by a caller, impersonating ICE agents. And this makes us very vulnerable and unsafe here in Worcester.
I'm old enough to remember when Paul Saucier said that there's mask vigilantes impersonating cops
and we have to do all
doing
we
sex
can.
crimes.
We can't pass no municipal ordinances that way. But what I would ask
Doug,
is
that was the craziest fucking thing. I have that saved. I meant to post that. Good fucking God, that's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Senator Markey, Elizabeth Warren, Congressman McGovern, work towards initiating legislation that dictates when government ICE enforcement folks are able to wear masks and not able to wear masks. All these tactics, Mr. Chairman, are designed to create fear, insidious fear, to drive people away, drive people into dark spaces. And they have
No, she's an influencer for literally a fucking like folding
for our public
stool.
safety here in Worcester, our public health, and for child welfare. People aren't showing up to places.
It's like My Pillow, but for gout.
Needs met. They're not reporting crimes that they've observed. They're not going to the doctor, not going to school, etc. Mr. Chairman, I'm in the
Kate, I hope you heard that.
Community partners to have a forum as it relates to people preparing themselves and educating themselves. Back in January, I was a participant with the same stakeholders in virtual presentations of rights that folks have. And people mention the law. We're a country of law. We need to follow the law. Well, laws restricted women from doing many things for a long time. Laws restricted Black folks like me. Laws restricted the Irish when they first came here. They restricted the Italians. They restricted Jews. So quite frankly, there are times when we need to stand up. And these are one of those moments in time in our history to stand unequivocally against folks' constitutional rights being violated. We take that oath of office, when we're sworn in each and every year, Mr. Chairman. These intimidating acts were unjust, and we need oversight. I'll once again call and support a civilian review board. We're all civilians here online. People are watching. We're civilians as elected officials. We're certainly not part of the Worcester Police Department, a paramilitary organization who followed their training and followed their orders to respond. If those folks, thank you, and I'll ask for a motion to suspend the rules so I can finish. Those folks, those police officers on the front line didn't make a decision to deploy themselves. Those were orders that they were following. And trauma saturates, Mr. Chairman. They saturate all over the place. Impersonating ICE is, again, a very, very serious concern. I'd like a report back on any exposure that the city has to liability based on this response, any exposure that officers may incur or have incurred in other places as it relates to any sort of response or intersection with ICE with regards to legal liabilities, Mr. Chairman. I want to state this because we've had a mantra.
Candy has her eyes closed.
You know what? That's a federal issue. That's a state issue. And I've repeatedly said that all politics is local. And I want to say this, and this is common sense.
More like all politics is loco, am I right?
What's happening right now from the federal government, from an attack from the Trump administration, is localized.
Localized, more like.
There's not an intersection is out of touch.
Fucking, that's so
to never hear it again from this body, Mr. Chairman.
Travis, I got to resend that to you so it'll resize.
I was just like, what the hell happened? Did that happen on the stream?
Of where people are coming from who are being deported and detained. Right now, we have 16 different countries represented across the country. From countries where they've been detained, out of those 18 countries, 12 are from Latin countries or Hispanic origins, those countries. In addition to that, we have 4 from the Caribbean islands, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Jamaica. And then we have China and India, on the lower ends. And so, I mentioned last week, and those are folks in detention by country. The numbers of folks facing deportation are high as well, from Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, Gambia, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Sudan, Ghana.
Enough countries.
And so when I say publicly that this is an attack on communities of color, it exactly is an attack by executive order from the Trump administration, Mr. Chairman.
That's not fair. They're letting immigrants
city
in
managers and chief conservative
from South Africa,
within our city,
but only
letting them waddle in.
Again,
certain people.
See that guy that was waddling? It's so good.
As mentioned in that order, Mr. Chairman, I will encourage folks to stand up and not stand down. In that standing up, I encourage them to seek resources so that they can do so non-violently.
We love you
and
too,
with
Epic.
non-escalation tactics, techniques, and skills. Observe, document, and ask questions, Mr. Chairman. I want to get a little bit into
You out of here,
the
Matt.
last
Have a good
suspended
night.
rules, the actual occurrences.
Keep your head
of
up.
the motion, Mr. Chairman, as
Stay
relates
strong.
to the young lady.
Well, put your head down because you're going to
the
bed.
child.
Seems.
Yeah.
That's
But then
involved.
after
Now
that,
we have a little bit of time. So
During
I
the
was
day,
talking
keep your head
about
up.
Excuse me, point of order.
Amendment.
When we
Kate.
suspend the
Shut
rules
up.
on, we supposed to take a vote?
And he hasn't got the 10 minutes yet.
No, I thought he was just asking to.
Okay. Motion is.
Yeah, that was like 2 minutes ago, Kate. What have you been doing?
Well, we need about 5
She's
more
definitely
minutes.
getting instructions.
She's watching. She's only watching
So, Mr.
through
Mayor,
our
to
show.
suspend the rules to talk about the item, or
So
just to suspend the rules about the time?
She's getting the delay.
No, she's being told what to do via text. She's on her phone the whole time.
Right.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Point of order.
Council
did you-
GA.
I apologize. I can't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. We suspend the rules to allow Christian to speak longer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Could we continue the roll call unless there's a point of order?
Why did Mo vote yes for that?
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Why did Kate
I'd
make a
like
stink if she was going to vote yes?
just talk about the actual incident itself. I
What the
got
fuck?
notified. I was informed that there was 2 young people with a baby that were surrounded
Oh my God.
by ICE, folks who presented themselves to be as ICE agents. Mr. Chairman, I'd like a motion that we have the city manager report back whether or not they were who they said they were the agents from some other governmental agency. I'd like a report back on that as way of a motion. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I was informed again a second time that these young folks were told that they were not detained, but yet could not use the bathroom, could not change their child's diaper. And I know that folks went out and, and they tried to be helpful from the community, including my colleague, Councilor Hadjiai. What I'll say about Councilor Hadjiai is that her response is clearly something that was done in the face of sudden and traumatic
She is
immigration rate.
standing in
She rose
line
to the moment, not for politics, but for principle, Mr.
Molly
Chairman.
McGovern's funeral.
Urgently defending a fellow
Wake.
mother, a woman in crisis, and a
No
young
matter
girl who ended up arrested and charged.
She had a
She
photo
was elected
taken
to
of
serve
her.
those people. We all are. Doesn't matter your
And
status,
posted
you are a
a
constituent. That's a fact.
Sponsored post.
And everyone here has their constitutional rights. And we know when you talk about the law
While she was at
that we're getting people
a
who
funeral
are
of
detained,
a
they're getting sent to El
beloved
Salvador,
child
they're getting sent to
of
different places.
our
They're not being
representative
found
in
the
Congress.
system. We have folks from permanent asylum being picked up with no record.
What
So,
the fuck?
it's very,
Oh my God,
very
it's so fun.
concerning.
We're
I
all here.
appreciate
Look
the
at my
moral
chair.
leadership of Councilor Hadji.
I'm having such an easy time at this funeral
And
because
so
of
when
my
I got
tada
this
stool.
report, that
At
they
this point,
weren't
I've got
allowing
funerals
this,
for
and then
young
by the time
people
I laid
down
down
pat.
down, everyone was being taken away. And I've watched the videos.
She's
I've
a professional
watched just
funeral
about
goer.
everything at this point. And
My heart might
I
hurt, but at
say
least my
this
feet
as
don't.
a social worker with a master's degree, 30 years of experience, a LCSW, one of the highest licensures, post master's degree certification in trauma. We had a young girl.
You hearing this?
Kate, you're on
Yes.
speaker.
Kathleen,
Oh,
can you hear
fucking
it?
Joe,
I can't
you
hear
fucking
it.
cuck.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear?
Yeah, she can hear. She hears quite well. As I was saying, Mr. Chairman,
Holy
this
shit.
was a young girl who was fighting in real time for her
Holy
family, for her life.
shit.
Who was distressed, dysregulated.
She's drunk.
and required the basic elements of a soft restraint or a hold restraint. This young lady ran after a car, and she was planted face down with a number of officers on top of her, handcuffed, walked, and then charged with a number of charges. We know that there's discretion here. Once you're handcuffed, you can be unhandcuffed. What was the right thing to do for a child, a minor? It's certainly not.
Definitely wasn't to slap gratuitous charges on the minor so as to enter them into ICE's database where anyone who has any charges is considered a violent criminal.
See if that holds up. And again, as the police officers respond, they're responding to if it's obstructing the right of way or interfering with police activities. They're trained.
The timestamp on Kate proving that she's drunk right now,
that's why
we're looking at about 9:33 for anyone going back into the footage.
She should have been restrained.
It very much is, Heather.
She wasn't trying to harm
People could
anyone.
clip it
She
right
was
now,
trying to
right out of
save
the
her
stream.
family, Mr. Chairman, and doesn't speak the language. We don't know what was going on in her head. We can do better, and we must do better, Mr. Chairman. Part of what we have to do, as the mayor mentioned, is look at new policy. I absolutely agree, but I'll say this, based on experience as a union elected official for over 20 years, who's worked on policy, if you have policy without standard operating procedures, if you have policy without oversight and accountability, if you have policy without community input, and if you have policy that's without buy-in from the union. You have to have all those elements. If it's not there, the policy is just a piece of paper, Mr. Chairman. I am, once again, this is a number of times I've called.
Get in the Discord,
unions to
everybody.
get on board and participate in this rather than participating in targeted attacks of politics. Let's focus on keeping people safe here in the city. Mr. Chairman, in addition to the threats that I've received from the public, I've been informed that there's a number of folks in law enforcement who have a close eye on me. And I'm going to say this publicly. I'm going to say this publicly to all of you. And some of them are police leaders. Some of them are leaders in the police union. I've been dealing with this for 2025. I will not be bullied. I will do what's right on behalf of the people. I'm not a puppet for anybody. I'm not bossed. I'm not going to be bothered with this. We're going to focus on how to get better and how to be accountable, Mr. Chairman. We can't have soft leadership right now. And I've met with community folks. They're ready to go. And I really hope that we can do something. We have another 3 or 4 years left of Trump. This is not going to let up. And the idea of kind of cowering back and being quiet, it doesn't matter. It's coming. The avalanche is coming. What are we going to do about it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see.
Wait. I gotta rule you out of order. You're not allowed to talk about how the police union bullies us on the council floor.
Okay, motions to table, roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, take all the motions that are put forward.
Yeah, let's take all the motions collectively and take that. And as I'm going to send to, we're going to table it, take them collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Table all of his items?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mara Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
I didn't hear Councilor Toomey's vote, Mr. Chairman.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you're not, is your speaker on?
How are you answering their questions?
Are you muted?
Yep.
Oh, you can't hear anything?
No, I'm not muted.
How are you answering
I
their
can hear
fucking
now.
questions?
Okay.
Oh, you can hear now.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay. Was there a roll call?
Yes.
Dude, she's so drunk. Holy shit.
On the item and on the motion.
Do you hear that in her voice?
Get your Tadascal out.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go to petitions. 7A, we're going to refer to the.
I'd give anything
here
to see a
online,
desk
I'm not
cam
sure,
if K2B is set up right now.
with any of these, Nico, but
Lose some
refer to the
fucking
planning
nips
board.
out of the way.
7A, I'm sorry. And then we have 7B to 7C, refer to Public Works. 7D to And G, refer to traffic and parking. 7H, we're going to refer to Veteran Memorials, Parks and Recreation.
We're leaving it at that, huh? That's it?
And 7I, we're going to
Really?
set a date.
No one else? Oh, okay.
June 10th, 2025 for relocation, condo location.
It didn't have
on
anything to
Belmont
say.
Street. We can take, unless anybody objects, we can take those collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mario Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Like she was
Council
literally
Russell.
slurring her
Yes.
words.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. 7J, file an open meeting law complaint. We'll send that to the law department.
What is the complaint, Mr. Chairman, for the record?
He's filed so many, I forget this one.
Oh.
What's the?
Oh,
what's
fucking
Fine, I can just look it up.
roasted.
It's fine, I'll look it up.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes. Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mario Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Keith Lahire requests a searchable digital database to be created to support all pending and review petitions as described in the attachment. And also requests a searchable digital database to be created to display the Department of Public Works and Projects, including scheduled works and service requests related to the street described in the attachment. We can send the first one to the clerk, the second one to the
Mr. Mayor, I think Keith is actually on the line. Can we
Oh,
unmute him?
yes? Okay. Can you bring him in somehow?
Yep. Keith, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep, you have 3 minutes for your petitions.
Can Kate Toomey hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, please speak.
You there, Kate?
I mean, if you're not fucking voting for this
All right,
guy,
well, I
then
don't
you're
know
out
if
of your
all the councils
goddamn
are-
mind.
Oh, this is good.
Everybody.
I mean, are they there?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so sick.
Obviously, I'm really disappointed by your reaction to tonight, the way you handled this meeting. It's basically kind of bordering on a charade. It kind of speaks to why I'm looking for a little bit more transparency into how you manage petitions and DPW calls.
Love the tie-in.
Really,
Love
this
the
message
tie-in.
is
So good.
more for the public than it is for you, but. Worcester essentially has a patronage system where a small, well-connected group of residents dole out favors to one another at the expense of the rest of us. People who live in the nice
Fucking
parts of the
sick.
city or
Dude.
people who get friendly with their city councilor can essentially order stop signs and speed bumps and crosswalks. An effective city council would listen to all residents and prioritize their asks based on their needs and the overall benefit to the city.
Dude.
Some council
so
members
sick.
have connections to developers or are heavily invested in the Worcester real estate market, so they're allowed to control the market
You direct your
conditions.
comments to the items that are on here, please.
Yeah, I'm coming to it, Joe. And it comes to the detriment of all of us. The appointment
We
of
gotta
someone
get this
closely
fucking guy
associated
on
with the police
council.
union being appointed to the Human Rights Commission is another example of the patronage system in action. People in the city are fed up with the unelected city manager who upholds this flawed system and the people who support it. All these items kind of lead me to these petitions that they seem to go into a bit of a black hole. What we need is a simple, publicly visible database that allows us to see the details of these petitions, the dates that they were submitted, who's reviewed them, when are they reviewing them, how much
Dude,
time do they
that
sit
was
around
so
without being
good.
looked at.
Incredible.
The idea here would be for us to get an idea of what are our neighbors talking about, what are the things that people care about, and how is the city responding to those, who are they responding to, and how timely of a fashion. It could be as simple as something like an Excel spreadsheet. Right now, it looks like the petitions are tracked on some kind of a long PDF document. There's an open data website, but it's really not sufficient. It lacks a lot of key data elements that could be used to get a better understanding of what all these petitions are. 9B asks for a similar database or a spreadsheet of all the work requested of DPW and the status. The 311 app is great. I think it offers residents a lot of ability to see their requests. One thing it doesn't.
You have 10 seconds left.
It should is see the status of the work that's being done. I should be able as a resident to look up my street and see what are all the requests that are on my street. What is the work that's planned on my street? I shouldn't have to call my city council in order to understand what's going on. It should be publicly visible to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith fucking rocks.
Dude,
Keith
Keith,
is
10 out of
not
10.
afraid of confrontation. Keith regularly posts videos where he's sitting outside of the police station talking shit about WPD.
Yes. What's our GA?
Dude,
Yes.
I've never heard anybody talk so clearly about the townie patronage system. Let's go. Start naming this stuff out loud.
Russell?
They all fucking know it. They know exactly what he's talking about.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. All right, 81A through C. Transfer information communication about the appointments of Kerry Witherall and Jonathan Salinkas to the Human Rights Commission. Those are transmitting information communication about the appointments of
someone say something about this, please.
Doobie to the Planning Board. And transmitting information communication about the appointment of Matthew Sacco to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So the motion is to file.
Chairman, I had a question before we file.
Mr. Chairman, do I need to recuse myself?
Yes.
Okay, I'm recusing myself.
For what?
She sat on your stool outside of his church.
Okay, Councilor King.
Question through the chair.
She goes to his congregation?
I can't remember. I don't have my agenda in front of me, but you can explain to the chair.
Well, I need to recuse myself.
The practice of providing resumes for these various positions. I know we do for some, perhaps we don't for other. With respect to these current appointments, were resumes submitted with them? Why or why not? Through the chair.
To the administration.
I'll be right back, guys.
Through the chair to the council, residents, when they apply, they submit resumes, any documentation in terms of kind of describing what their experiences are, what their background is, when it relates to these applications. I know there's been moments historically where that has been provided to council as part
George
of
Russell looks
their-
like he lives in
as part
Kramer's
of the
apartment.
appointment process. Recently, that's not the practice that we've continued, but that's something that has happened in the past. But doesn't mean that it's a practice that has always happened. It is part of the communication for boards and commission members.
I'm sorry, what was the last comment about boards and commissions? What was the last comment about boards and commissions?
Through the chair to the councilor, what I was trying to say is that it's a past practice that has happened, but it's not a past practice that has happened consistently between all administration or even the previous administration. It's something that I recently started doing, and then it eventually shifted to provide more just simply the actual confirmation in the appointment of the boards and commission members.
I won't speak for myself, but I would request that be reconsidered so that we can have a full overview of these folks and what they're bringing to the table. I certainly understand. I don't need to be lectured by any colleagues about the charter and the breakdown of responsibilities and authority. I understand all that based on whatever the particular appointment is. Some voted on, some are not, right? Some are executive, some are not. And so, I just think it's a good practice to get back into. I don't know why it was stopped recently, and I would ask that the administration reconsider. It's not a motion. It's just a suggestion at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jenny has her hand up. Joe.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're on mute.
Okay, so I'm going to take 8.1.
Oh, I have my hand up, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, who's that? Council
It's me, Jenny. No, it's Jenny.
Council Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the manager, may I ask what the status is on the Advisory Commission on LGBTQ+ affairs?
Oh, sorry.
We can hear you, King. Through the chair to the councilor. Right now, I believe there was people who went through the application through the CAC. At the time, I believe a few months back, I mentioned that we were looking for candidates. My understanding is there were some candidates who appeared before the CAC. And now after the CAC, they are going to be interviewed, or there perhaps been interviewing with the liaison and members of the department. And then eventually that recommendation will come to me to confirm appointments or not. And so I have not received that recommendation from the actual Department of DI yet in terms of their slate of who they've already interviewed based on the recent members who went through the CAC.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, the city manager, do you know how many people have applied to be on this commission?
I know initially when I first communicated to the council on the air and the time that we needed more, we only had 5. My understanding is there's been a lot more. And so it gives me gives the department the opportunity then to
Mr.
select
Batista's
the
answer has been
7 that would
sufficient
be
so far?
appointed to
No.
And through the chair, the
Is
city
he
manager,
so
just one last
incompetent? It's
question.
amazing.
I know you have to wait for interviews, the interview process, but is there a timeline? Like, do you have a date where you expect to have it settled by?
I mean, the sooner the better from the department. This is something that I'll, after this meeting, I'll kind of follow through and see what the status update is. Hopefully we can try to get those decisions made and brought to the council before the end of this fiscal year, because I know that we go into the break for the summer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, once.
Okay.
Yeah, just again, I filed those orders to initiate the creation of that advisory commission or committee, as well as the Committee on African American Black, on behalf of the African American and Black community as well. So just want to give equal sort of push to get that done. I know I first filed that in November of 2021, and we really look to get this done. I'll speak with the manager offline about some of the concerns. Thank you.
Motions to file 8.1A through C, roll call.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, okay.
Kenny Rogers
Council
Roasters.
Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor
Public
Petty.
Councilor Nguyen has taken a leave of absence
We have
from
8.28B,
council
recommending
because
appointment
of
Kevin Koo to the Civic Center Commission, recommending
some
appointment
pretty
to
horrific discrimination that
Johnson
they
to
faced
Urban
throughout their
Forestry Tree
term, but
Commission.
especially in
Roll call.
the last 6 months to a
Bergman?
year.
Yes.
Council Caloria?
So they have stepped away from council.
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Best way to
Councilor
think of it is
Carlson?
it's an abstention.
Yes.
Council
Yes.
Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
It's a-
In abstention,
Council Pasillo?
protesting
Yes.
by not.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Exactly. It's
Council Toomey?
protesting
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
the willful
Next is 8.3A, recommend authorization to file proposed legislation to exempt
ignorance of the
service
council
leader
and
service
the
positions,
refusal of
31
the
of this general
city
laws.
manager to do anything about
Do a roll call.
the discrimination they
Council
faced.
Bergman? Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King? Council King?
Yes. I thought I was saying yes.
Council Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, next item is requesting adoption of the Housing Development Certified Project Application Tax Increment Fine Exemption Agreement for 17 Pro Street. We're going to send that to Economic Development. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are transmitting information communication of the improving fire hydrant reflection. Council.
You missed me, Jim?
What's that, Council Russell, Public Works?
Did you miss? No, did you miss?
Yeah, 8.4B.
Yeah, B.
Recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance amendment relative to the accessory dwelling units. That should go to the planning board.
I'd like to question on this, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, if you could just summarize the amendment of this item. Like, what's the difference?
Yes.
Just for the public's purpose, not for mine. Is there anyone on through the chair that could speak to that?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, simply we're trying to make the adjustments or amendments necessary to the ADU to comply with the state's ADU policy or laws. There's some elements here regarding the ADUs in regards to the number of feet or parameters within
Serious
the
question.
property in terms of the front.
Batista,
or the
knowing that he
back,
would embarrass himself and eat
in
shit
terms
for
of
appointing the police
amount of
chaplain to the
spacing,
HRC,
you need in terms of frontage.
was that like, do the
so we're just trying
unions
to
have
bring
something
our
on him?
ADU in compliance with the state's ADU policies.
Like, what else? What other explanation could there be? Yeah.
Exactly.
Chairman,
Yeah.
Is there anyone on that could speak to what the
Like, do they have some like real dirt on him that is causing him to act this
Yeah,
way?
I could have the solicitor give you more
I
detail
don't
if
know.
you need.
I'm just
more
throwing out a
information.
question I think is a good
Yeah,
one.
the solicitor's on.
I don't have any answers.
Yeah, I just want to know the difference between the two. Like, what are a couple of things different? What are they? Through the chair to the solicitor.
Madam Solicitor?
Through the mayor to the councilor. So the state recently issued updated regulations and mass general laws, which lifted a lot of the restrictions and made our current zoning ordinance amendment a little bit too restrictive. So these changes such as owner occupied, size, number of dwelling units on a lot, where they could be located on the lot, all those updates had to be made to our current zoning ordinance amendment to comply with the mass general laws.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was happy to support a more liberal, a more expansive ADU on the city side, and that's how I voted. Unfortunately, we didn't get there. I'm very happy that the state has been able to kind of push us forward as a city, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for that. I was interested to see how many ADUs have been secured building permits. Looks like the majority of those that they have been completed, Mr. Chairman. So that's good work, and appreciate the work of Peter Dunn and his team. Thank you.
I forgot that I talked to somebody that dated Batista
send that
before
to
he
the
got
planning
married.
board. Roll call.
And
Council Bergman?
was desperately
Gloria?
trying to get details, and they would not
Gloria?
say anything.
Sorry, it keeps muting on me. Yes.
Damn.
Councilor Gia?
Yeah.
So
yes.
he has ride or dies. That's sick.
Yes.
Councilor
Or NDAs.
Yes.
Councilor Yang? Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Like Derek Jeter.
Priscilla?
Yeah, probably more the
Yes.
latter.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Hi, Doug.
Yes. Next
Hi,
item is
Doug.
8.7A. Transmitting
Everybody,
information communication about the improving fire hydrant reflection.
donate to Caden and communicate it to
Public
Doug
Works.
so that he has to spend more money.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria? Councilor Gia?
What
Yes.
room? Look.
Councilor
Next time we get a
Councilor
shot of Mo.
Yes.
This room looks fucked up.
Yes.
Councilor
It's
Yang?
like
Councilor
this
Ada?
looks like some fucking
Yes.
liminal space.
Councilor Priscilla?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor
He's in
Petty?
another dimension.
Yes.
Doug, before you
Transmitting
leave, we
information
want to hear your
communication about the
nighttime
2025
routine.
Paul J.
Yeah.
Lucy Employee of the Year Award. We can file that.
So Mayor,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager.
Well,
I
first,
just want to say a couple of words. If I could take
shower
the next
teeth,
two
but
items would
he
be
doesn't
helpful
really
because
go
I
to
just
sleep.
wanna
He jumps
acknowledge
back into K.
the
Toomey's
work of
painting.
DPW the work of the employees there, and this goes a long way. I know that the employee,
The
the
manager
union
is
was
taking time
established
to
a number of
acknowledge
years
the hard
ago
work
in
of
honor of
DPW, but has nothing to say about the police department.
mostly the service that he's did to our city.
Dude,
And
he
also
is
the
so
National
got.
Public Works
He
Week
is so
extremely
fucking got.
important. They do a lot of great work in our city. They work almost 24/7 in our community. And we're
Like, it's
asking
not
a lot
drunk
of them
driving,
when
I don't
they
think,
have
but
challenges with staff
something
and,
like that, like,
and,
you know.
and time. And
We can
I
speculate.
mean, you name it. There's a lot of
Yeah, it's fun to
constraints and
speculate.
challenges. So, but I just want
Tax
to
fraud
honor them
for
and the work that they're doing to our community, because
selling a home to his
oftentimes
boss.
the unsung heroes who are collecting our trash, fixing our roads, plowing the streets, that we get frustrated when that doesn't happen, but you know, they are working and they're awesome employees for our community. So I just want to
Maybe they helped a relative out of a jam.
Okay, good. That's a good point. So B, we will
kind of jam that
file
would
C,
end
which is
someone's
the National
political
Public
career
Works Week
if
from
they were
May
associated
18th
with.
to May 28th. So thank you for that communication.
I could see them going
You do
straight
good
to
work
dark,
at DPW,
where like you
so
go to
the
pick your
motion is
kids
to
up
file
from the elementary
both of
school,
those
and the teacher's
collectively.
like, "Oh no, their uncle just took them home," and then like,
Yes.
you get home
Councilor
and they're like
Colorio?
getting out of
Yes.
a Mark
Councilor
Cruiser. or
GA?
something.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Damn, Brendan, you did just
Councilor
go straight to
Carlson?
dark.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Councilor
It's crazy
Ian?
how believable it is, too.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Mayor
Caber, look at his background.
Yes,
Like, look
yes.
at
Next one is
that
D, transfer
doorway
information
that's
communication
behind
to
him,
the
or
sign
window.
creation
What the
process.
fuck is? He looks like he's in the
It's on
back
agenda with
rooms.
Public Works.
Why don't you do number 82 also, Mr. Chairman?
E, we'll send that to Public Works too. That's the relative to the water and sewer rate recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, when you.
Let's try to reach back into our dimension right
He
now.
comes into Public Works, we're gonna try and schedule the water sewer rate as quickly as possible.
His whole head looks like
But
a
I would
bruise.
ask the administration. I
You
already
know what it
asked
is?
the,
He ate a
committee
candy that he
team,
wasn't supposed to eat at Willy
but,
Wonka's
since it's
factory,
supporting a large,
and now he's
increase
turning
from
into
what
a
I
blueberry.
understand about, from
And he's
the,
going to float
Upper Blackstone, I
float
wanna make
right
sure the
up,
Upper
folks.
Blackstone
He is
staff
floating
is
away. Imagine
invited
George
to the
Russell
meeting
floating
to
away
tell us
up into
why
the
the
scary
rates
vent.
have
He'd be like,
changed.
no, just put me down. Somebody pull me down.
I just want to drink the fizzy lifted drink.
So you're all set then, Councilor Russell?
Yeah, just
Okay.
the Public
I
Works.
just want friggin'
bubbles.
D, you need a
Cool
Public
that
Works.
I love the friggin'
Chairman, I think
bubbles.
Councilor Bergman's
Why do you
got his
guys
hands-
play one of them
Councilor
fucking
Bergman?
little flutes? Get me down.
I do. Hang on. I do.
Look at that.
Just
Oh, here we
briefly,
go.
Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to repeat something I said during the budget hearing, which is that the enterprise
looks-
accounts for both the water and sewer
This is gonna be hard
systems
to.
are overflowing. No pun
Are you in a
intended.
closed morgue?
As
He's
far
not
as
doing well.
what's
Or a
required to
funeral
be
home?
kept as reserves, which
Do
is
you
3 months,
remember in
worth of expenses versus what's
X-Men?
actually in them.
Was it
So
X2?
I'd like,
When
there
the
to be an
senator
opportunity
gets
by
turned
form of a
into
motion. I intend to
essentially a
attend
sponge
the
man.
DPW subcommittee hearing. But I do think
He looks like the
I'd
first
ask
stages of
that
that.
DPW come into
He
that
looks
meeting,
fucking
or at
rough.
least think
Like his
along the
face
lines
is
of what
stretching
would the
and wet.
increase look like if some of the enterprise accounts were used to offset the need to increase those funds. I understand that those enterprise accounts are often
Look at
Oh,
that.
that's a screen
need
grab. Oh, I
for
missed
money
it.
to be spent down the road
Dogged by
without
the
raising
freeze.
taxpayers.
In all seriousness, you
monies
can tell that
again,
Mo
but
doesn't
at the
work
same time,
by his
if we have
lack of
excess
Zoom
money in
etiquette.
those
Because
enterprise
anyone who has
accounts,
worked
maybe
in
we
any
can avoid the
capacity
increase in
over
the
the
sewer
past
water, at least one
4
or the other.
years would
Thank you,
have
Mr.
a
Chairman.
basic understanding that what he's doing is psychotic.
Mr. Chair, can I say a few
Manager?
words? Yeah, Counselor, to the chair, to the councilor, you make a good point, and it's something that we've.
He looks like a
we've
blobfish.
spent a
You're
lot of time
absolutely right.
discussing
He looks
before
like a
we propose
blobfish
these
brought on
rates,
land.
To the body.
What's scary is
I
he
think one of
probably
the
did take
challenges
some Zoom meetings
is
just like this. So that was
is the
somebody's
ongoing
lawyer throwing
litigation
up nose
situation that
shots
we
in
have
the
a
middle of the
holding.
court proceeding.
And so we're taking that into consideration.
Rick
of the
Cipro's
reserves
wife.
that we
That's my
have as
lawyer,
well.
dog.
So I just wanted to point.
I'm not
point
going
that
to
out as part
jail.
of your thought
Through the
process,
chair.
when you're thinking through.
Oh,
that's something
dog,
that we
that's my
consider,
lawyer.
but
I'm
happy to
actually not going to
definitely
jail because all the
talk about
judges
that in
are
committee,
afraid
and
of
the
my
department will
husband.
definitely be
Yeah.
prepared to talk about that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so roll call on those two items.
Mayor, can we also ask for reconsideration consideration on the water sewer rates, so we can get in committee right away.
Yeah, that was going to after the roll call. Yep.
Okay, Council Bergman,
Stop fighting, you
Council
two.
Gloria,
Yes.
Council IGA,
Yes.
Whoa. Point of
Councilor
order. Can
King.
Nico call for the
Yes.
reconsideration?
Council Ron
God.
Carlson,
Yes.
Fuck or
Councilor
fight
Yang, Councilor
already.
Ada,
You
I'm
weren't.
sick of this tension.
Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor
It's,
Russell.
there, it's oozing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Toomey.
oozing like Mo Bergman.
And Mayor Petty.
Dude, what is?
Yes.
Wow.
Reconsideration on E.
Which one's that?
That is
Someone
the
make a
water
motion to have
source.
George
So we send it
Russell
to committee.
filibuster. So we
He
can
needs
just
to, he needs
stare
to
and
degauss his
gaping
screen.
awe. We need
No.
to stare and gaping
GA?
awe at that man.
No.
Councilor King.
No.
Councilor Carlson.
He has
No.
his phone pointed at
Councilor
his
Nguyen,
feet for his
Councilor
other
Hayda.
stream.
No.
Councilor Basillo.
No.
Councilor
Dr.
Russell.
Vasilov.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
Come here, buddy.
Next time is 8.11A. Request adoption and auto release rights in the easement affecting.
Did I just hear that we're still in the
10 and
eights?
22 Chestnut Street.
Yeah,
Be
8.11.
adopted on roll call.
Well, we already
Dude.
took a 9.
Councilor
I'm not
Bergman.
looking at the agenda.
Councilor
I
Caloria.
can't.
Yes.
If I see there's any 11s or
Yes.
12s on there, I'm
Councilor
gonna
King.
fucking lose it.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen. Councilor Hayda.
All right, Trevor, let's take it easy on that line of
Yes.
attack.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
No. Oh, different guy, Bill. A different guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I know,
Traffic.
but you know,
Transmitting information communication.
that's not the
for
worst thing that
2025
somebody could do, right?
speed pump installations. Send out to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Brian,
Just
I
kidding.
get
I'm
that. and
paid
I
very
love it.
handsomely. I'm paid very handsomely. Just kidding.
Yes.
Just
Councilor
kidding.
Nguyen. Councilor Hayda.
I'm a millionaire.
Councilor Basillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yeah.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next time is 8.15A. I recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance amendment related to driveways, pavements, and permits. That goes to the planning board. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Candy,
Yes.
would you say that Donna
Councilor
is
GA.
serving cunt?
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor
It's
Nguyen.
Kate.
Councilor Hayda.
It's behind
Yes.
Kate.
Councilor Basillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Transmitting information communication about the update on the rental registry, rental dwelling unit inspection program. We're going to send out to economic development.
Oh, good.
Roll call.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King.
Yes, just want to comment on this. I
No.
you know, when this comes up, I always ask about the 110 inspections. I've been waiting for a report on that. So I just want to kind of red flag that. Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
we're fucked.
Thank you. Roll call.
I looked at the agenda.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
We need a new rule on this show where we
Councilor
don't look at
Gloria?
the agenda because it's bad luck.
Yes.
So you're completely
brought it up.
blind every meeting.
Councilor
You
King.
brought it up, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's good. Wait, I
Councilor
should
Carlson?
just look at it. No.
Yes.
Councilor
It's
Nguyen.
31.
Councilor Hayda.
and 8.
It's bad luck to
Yes.
look at the agenda.
Councilor Basillo.
Yes.
Bad luck to look at the
Russell?
agenda.
I just cursed myself with
Councilor
30 more
Toomey?
Bergmans.
There's a death curse if you
Yes.
look at the agenda.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8.31A.
Do you like me,
Requesting
agenda?
adoption of an authorized acceptance of a deed. The property
You're fond of me,
25
lobster,
Madison
ain't
Street.
ye?
Motion is
Honestly, one of the
Roll
funniest
call.
movies of the
Mr.
decade.
Chairman,
For real.
Incredible.
Could you just give us
Yeah.
the Reader's Digest version of what this is about?
Did George have
Yes,
too much
Mr. Manager?
marinara and it dyed his skin?
He fell into a big vat of marinara.
Yes.
I just
to
love the
Chief Legal. So
meatballs.
this is the South Division.
She's
Fire
suffering from
Station, property.
Dino's
This is
overexposure.
currently right now a parking lot that it was a overflow parking lot for the RMV. And so there we've been in discussions, I mean, prior to my administration, with the state in trying to acquire this property from the state for the purposes of the South Worcester Fire Station.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Somebody has
Councilor
that
Nguyen.
phone.
Councilor Hayda.
Kate, turn your
Yes.
landline off.
Councilor Basillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8.4 on finance items. 8.35A through E, 8.36A through C, and 8.37A through D. Adopting roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mauro Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion is to adjourn. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, I have, what is it?
There was a lot more
Suspension of
items on there, but I
unanticipated
guess you're
items.
just skipping on them.
Those are all tabled.
Motion to suspend the rules. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Caloria,
What's that
Yes.
noise?
I don't know. It's not me.
Councilor GA,
I think it's one of them.
Councilor
it's one
King,
of them.
Yes.
Councilor Mauro Carlson,
Yes.
Someone is screaming.
Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda, Councilor Pasillo,
It's a cop yelling at Kate that she didn't
Councilor
do enough
Russell?
bootlicking.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to our remote.
Where is Candy? Have we seen
meeting
Candy
tonight,
in the last couple hours?
And the decision to ban the public from their city hall. I'd just like a report back that's twofold. One is if folks can be explained to why that's allowable with proper references or proper citings. You know, why that's not an open meeting law violation, so people can be understood and we don't have to deal with it again if it comes up. And then in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, just a report back on, you know, there were a number of community folks here in the back on the plaza. Just wondering what communication
Mo
was
is
given to
zipping
those
up his
groups with
coat.
respect to any safety concerns, any public safety
Oh
concerns.
no,
and what
he's
supports
unzipping
were
his
there,
pants.
What the hell is he doing?
Is he
Thank you,
unzipped?
Mr. Chairman.
Wait, I can't. I am so limited with my view here. Hold on.
Wait.
hold on, hold on.
I think this might be.
Travis, do you still have the Zoom open? You can highlight
Oh
windows.
shit! No, I closed it because it was starting to grind my computer.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We missed
Yes.
an opportunity there, Brian. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is he? Look at me. I'm like zooming in. What's this look like?
Yes.
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 Dude, Kate's like,
Yes.
she's wiggling around like this.
Motion is to adjourn. Roll call.
She's like looking at the screen with one eye.
Yes.
Yes.
The painting is it's
Following her.
luring her.
Sorry. Did you call my name?
Yes. Motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Donna has her own political sign in the
Yes,
background of
and
her
Nico,
room.
you can barely hear you.
Yeah, you're not on speaker.
Okay, sorry
There's
about
no,
that. Councilor
there's no,
Ojeda,
what? There's no.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda, Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Kate, take a drink. Oh God, that would have been so good.
Pulls the
Have
nipple
another
thing
pint,
off the
Kate.
bra.
Well,
Wow.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really those are the people in control.
The
Yeah.
thing that really sucks, man, is that we know like they have a lot of breaks coming up, and then we're going into meetings where you're going to have to walk through TSA and show a real ID to get into the building. So that the likelihood of this actually being any sort of public conversation, I shudder to think something that's getting this much attention, like this ICE event nationally, can actually get memory hold. But I would not put it past the city of Worcester to successfully just ignore and dodge something to the point where, from their perspective, it leaves City Hall, so it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it
I
seems
think
like that's the playbook. That's why none of them talked about it.
Yeah. I can't believe they all agreed to that. But
Yep. Yeah, educational is actually a pretty good way to put it there. A public knowledge. Unfortunately for me, it's not educational. I've been watching them do the same shit for fucking 5 or 6 years now.
Right.
And it's just flatly depressing. The only question worth asking is like whether they believe themselves to have any power over the police, because it's very obvious they don't. So are they aware of the fact that they have no power over the police, or are they living in their own kayfabe?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to believe that it's a mix in some ways, but the majority of them probably don't think about it. They buy their own fucking bullshit that like we need to support the police and that we'll have anarchy in the streets if we, you know.
Right, exactly what Walter Bird said. They're like, the cops are for me. I watch Law and Order SVU.
Right. And even Walter was admitting it was fucked up.
Right. Yeah.
But that it's fine that it's fucked up because they're the ones that were being fucked up. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, listen, again, this is what we come back to on the show basically every week. This makeup of council, we will get this every single fucking time. There's just no other outcome that comes from this because they either don't care or like George says that they are afraid. You know, I'm sure that's a huge aspect to it as well, but it's fucking stupid. And until we get a better shift on council, then we're just going to deal with this exact same thing. And maybe like, you know, maybe even under a better council, they still wouldn't like actually accomplish things. But we
could at least see the confines.
Right. We could see if we had more
limits of the possibility.
If we had the people that are as willing as Christian and Attell to at least publicly question and push for things, then we could find out what the limits are, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to. We gotta get a few more in there. And we gotta get a few out. And luckily, you know, in some ways, some of the good shifts will cause shitty people to be out. If we can get Rob Bellata in, then Candy Merrill Carlson is out. If we can get anybody into the at-large race, then Mo and Donna are probably out. Like, they are the lowest vote getters. They have not made themselves more popular. They have fully leaned into just being dumb fucks, strategically, even seemingly, and that's what it is. Rob, Keith, Caden. That's baseline. What we need.
Yeah, Keith was great.
I want Keith to bring that energy.
Keith used that 3 minutes on a pretty like innocuous petition to do a lot of damage and say a lot of things that pretty much go unspoken out loud, which is the most important step,
right?
Or most important first step is to like, we got to be talking about this stuff out loud. We cannot be operating in their kayfabe and expecting anything to change.
Right.
Like, we need to have a more realistic outline of what it is they do, and yeah.
And meanwhile, you have his opponent in the race this fall, liking Anthony Petroni's Facebook comments, saying that what happened on Eureka Street is the fault of Councilor Hygi, Councilor King, and Sue Mailman, and putting the blame and the outrage at their feet. Like, there's no starker. There's no starker difference in any district race this fall. And it's important. It's very important because, like, as much as we clown on George Russell, his district is getting worse no matter what, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Like, I have to look at it again, but it's been a little bit since I thought about the election. It's crazy that wasn't the story of the week, and like the results are final, like the ballot is set, and I mean, that's like the fourth most important thing that happened this week.
It's Frizzolo, or what's the other guy's name? Pizzella?
Yeah.
They're both worse than George, if I correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So we're losing ground on that one.
Mr.
We have a preliminary for at large. There are 13 candidates that got on the ballot. We have a really decent chance of knocking off Donna and Mo, but we gotta fucking get after it. And like we they're just, you know, that it can easily come down to the people that show up to this show advocating and winning a few voters over. I went out and canvassed for Caden. The only thing that I heard from people, and I think this holds true for his other volunteers as well, is that, oh, he's new, then I'll vote for him. We need new people. That is a very effective line of sales this time around. That is very heartening to hear. So we gotta push on that, because if not, then it's another 2 years of what we just witnessed tonight, which is some people doing their best and everyone else doing nothing, at best doing nothing,
getting absolutely brutalized for it.
Yeah, we were lucky that we didn't hear from Candy Merrill Carlson tonight. But yeah, I mean, Attell's got a tough race ahead of her. She needs our support from a political standpoint, and also just from a personal standpoint. She's fucking laying it on the line.
Yeah.
And she's already lived through things like this, unwillingly, and now is willingly throwing herself in the crossfire of it again. So we need to back her up, and Troubler is right. We got to get out there. We got to sell people we know on voting. Listen, the vast fucking majority of people that that live in the city do not vote in local elections. That statistically, 90% of the people do not vote.
It's a homeowners association.
Yeah. Get someone to vote. Overcome the fact that this city is dictated to by people who want the cops to do exactly what they're doing. They want their property values, quote unquote, to go up. They want less people in this city. They want certainly less minorities in this city. We gotta overcome that, and it only comes down to us, the effort that we put in to make that happen, and it's doable. It's very doable. But it's the difference between this and something new.
110%, Brian. And it's how do we continue these conversations, not just on Tuesday night, not just in these spaces, but in your personal spaces? Because truth is, most of these fucking people are complacent, right? They don't necessarily understand how it's relevant to them, or they're just too lazy or too wrapped up in their life. So we need to show them, or need to continue these conversations when it's personal, when it's one-on-one, and you get those people to vote. Fucking get them tapped in. Because that's, like you're saying, that's how we change this shit. We can get real fucking into ourselves about spending a bunch of money, right? That's all going to help. But the ground game is really where the shit's won. And it's just one-to-one, getting people tuned in and fucking getting their nuts on the line.
You gotta talk shit to your parents. You gotta
get your nuts on the line.
You gotta get your nuts on the line.
Get your nuts on the line. You know what else you have to do is you have to remind someone like Kay Toomey, who is still our best chance of bullying someone out of office, how widely loathed.
Yes.
And the internet stuff doesn't really penetrate.
No, she'll just block you, even when you're being cool and nice to her.
Yeah, like Brian was that one time. It was really cool. But anyway, what I'm saying is, there's a certain thing where these longtime electeds are just happy to be involved, and they know they don't have any real power. They don't want any real power. They just like being part of the conversation, and it's like a retirement job, and that's not what we need right now, because what that has manifested as is a police department that's fucking feral and out of control. Okay, so no more treating public officials like they are a higher class of citizen that deserve more respect than the rest of us.
Right. And when we talk about how how to advocate for this stuff. Like when you're watching the news with your parents, or they're talking to you passively about like, oh, can you believe all this crazy stuff that's happening? You say to them, I can believe it, and it will only get better here in Worcester if you vote for different people. If you take people are angry about all this like stuff that's going on, even if they're just regular fucking milquetoast liberals, they're angry about this stuff, but they're not cognizant of the fact that like there are tangible changes they can make that aren't like, like putting a sign on their lawn that says like Trump is a fucking doo-doo head. Like there are more like pressing ways to help people, and it is engaging in mutual aid, and it is doing all that stuff, and that'll open their eyes to see like there are tangible ways that I can have an effect. I can go with Paul and do a litter pickup and pick up Woo litter very well. I can like go to local events where like in the community, I can canvass for a candidate and see that like show them how close the vote totals are. They're right there. It's if you have people around here, then yeah, you need to sell them on the idea that like voting for more progressive people is just baseline the only way that what happened last week, not even that it's going to stop it, but we have a better chance of like counteracting it if we have people that are willing to engage. And that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. So yeah, fucking do it. We got to do it. And yes, you have to be very, very, very mean in public to politicians. You have to, if you are planning events, if you are involved in events, and Joe Petty shows up and wants to do a photo op, say no. Tell him to leave. Do not let them co-opt you. They are not your friend. They are not going to do anything for you. They're just fucking sucking the soul out of every single good thing that happens in the city.
Many are saying that Joe Petty is a pimp of the groups. He pimps out the groups, and this has been happening for a long time, and it's been very effective for him. So don't let your group be pimped out.
Yeah. So yeah, let's leave it there. We will be here next week. So follow us at WCT3000 on Instagram. Subscribe to us here on the show. We love your support. We appreciate your support. We thank everyone so much. We still have 43 viewers right now after 4 hours. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Make sure that you're subscribed to Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com. WorcesterSucks.email. Follow at Worcester_sucks. Catch Bill on the rise. He was just featured in Mother Jones. He was just in a clip on CNN.
Him and Rachel Maddow are texting.
Yep.
Was that so? Some people texted me about the Rachel Maddow thing. I don't want to watch it. Was it just about Worcester, or was I specifically mentioning that?
Oh, I didn't. I only saw it on your.
I haven't been able to find the clip. It keeps getting pulled down by MSNBC. It looks like it was something they didn't put up on YouTube themselves yet. So it's,
Rachel said a slur in it. So,
but it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't have cable anymore. So,
one of the more annoying people in media. I think I really don't like Rachel Maddow.
I don't like anybody. I'm gonna be honest.
But Rachel Maddow, if you want to like a producer on your show, hit me up.
Available.
Yeah. Sam Sater, yes. A subscriber to Bill's newsletter.
Dude, it wasn't a half hour. It was like 2 seconds, but that's cool.
Still,
he
subscribes to the show, to the Substack.
Or he was just saying that. Or he was just saying that. I'm not checking.
He's mentioned you before, though.
Yeah, but when other people call in, but whatever.
Listen, whatever it takes. Just try and go along with the branding here, Bill. Everyone, if you want to be cool like Sam Sater, you should be subscribed to Worcester Sucks, and I love
I'm
it.
already cool like Sam Sater. Sam Sater can suck me off.
No, they
I'm just
want to
kidding. I like Sam
They
Sater
want
a
to be
lot.
cool like Sam Sater. You are. Yeah. No,
He's playing outdoor cat.
Hold on.
Dude,
Let's end the show. No. Make sure you're subscribed. Let Bill.
Quickest way to get on Sam Cedar's show is to tell him to suck me off. I'm
There you
not gonna get on
go.
by being nice.
So, the only way you can do that is by subscribing to the Substack. Friday night, Wootenanny has another edition of Hot Dog coming to you live from Coney Island, George's Coney Island Hot Dogs. Unless I don't know if we're fighting the Celtics game, then we might not do it. I don't know. We're gonna decide. It's not worth it. It's really not worth
it. By them Knickerbockers.
Yeah, so we'll see. But me and Sean are talking about it. But it's a free show. Come on, hang out. We got some great stuff coming up throughout the summer as well. So follow us at Wootenanny Comedy for all of your dumb shit comedy needs.
The AI call was really good. We got to go back.
The AI call was great. We loved that.
I come up with one of those. We just need to find the right voice to do it, and then every week we should just prepare a statement together and do one call and just let it launch. Exactly 2 minutes.
It did feel. Somebody mentioned that it might have been assistive tech, and that felt after listening to what the thing was. But yes, this is a great idea. We need to make a Joe Petty AI voice.
Oh yes,
and use it to call Joe. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We love you guys. We'll see you next Tuesday. Goodbye.